Org, sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund.
Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the top story this morning, President is turning the screws on Venezuela once again.
The United States is now in what officials call active pursuit of a sanctioned dark fleet vessel fleeing the Caribbean. A U.S. official tells ABC News the Coast Guard is attempting to intercept an oil tanker that's part of Venezuela's illegal sanctions evasion. That official adding the ship is flying a false flag and under a judicial seizure order. Allison Cossack, ABC News, New York.
And another oil tanker seized by the U.S. on Saturday off the coast of Venezuela. The final section of 2nd Avenue in downtown Nashville is finally being reopened today, nearly 5 years after a deadly bombing tore through that area. The road has been brought back to life in different sections, but that middle section is being unveiled today at 12:15 at the corner of 2nd and Commerce. To Dixon County, where a house fire has claimed the life of a 71-year-old man Saturday night. When fire and rescue teams arrived at the scene at Grindstone Hollow Road, that home was fully engulfed. 2 residents were outside. They told rescuers there was still one more person inside. Now, crews tried to rescue that man, Andrew Kuhn, but they were unable to save him in time. The home was completely destroyed. A chaotic ending to last night's Detroit Lions-Pittsburgh Steelers football game.
Oh, my God.
Cameras capturing the moment Steelers receiver DK Metcalf exchanges words with a Lions fan before throwing a punch at him. The fan telling the Detroit Free Press that Metcalf became angry after he addressed him by his full name, DeKalin Zacharias Metcalf, saying he doesn't like his government name. I called him that, and then he grabbed me and ripped my shirt. Because the moment didn't result in the refs calling a penalty, Metcalf was able to play in the rest of the game. The NFL is now investigating the incident and could fine or suspend Metcalf.
For the Steelers.
ABC's Hannah Battah reporting there. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Pecker.
Grocery delivery app Instacart agreeing to refund more than $60 million to customers to settle allegations it deceived people over delivery fees and its premium subscription service. AAA says the price at the pump is the cheapest rate since this time back in 2020. The national average for a gallon of gas dropped more than 4 cents since last week, now at $2.86. Looking ahead at this week on Wall Street, reports are still trickling in that should have been released during the government shutdown. So on Monday, we'll get October PCE inflation numbers for October, both month over month and year over year. On Tuesday, the closely watched GDP data for the third quarter, analysts expecting a 3.2% number down from 3.8% the previous quarter. Also on Tuesday, consumer confidence data from the Conference Board, and we'll get new home sales numbers. And then October durable goods orders on Wednesday. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Looking pretty good on the futures market. The Dow futures are plus 44, NASDAQ futures gaining 137, and the S&P futures are up 24 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Okay, nothing happening on the roadways as of yet this morning. Just a reminder, out in Rutherford County in the Laverne area, there's going to be some milling and paving work on I-24 eastbound between Old Turkey Boulevard South and Waldron Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Carry the one, and let's see, was that 3 shopping days left before Christmas? Is that what it is? 3 shopping days left?
I'm always an advocate for the very last minute gift on the morning of.
Does Christmas Day, a quick trip to 7-Eleven, does that count as a shopping day? Yes
I think
no?
it does.
I think it does too. So 3 shopping days left before Christmas. That's very good. So I'll be going out on 2. I can already tell you. I've got plans. I've got plans today for some other stuff, but Tuesday will be my last official shopping day before Christmas. I will draw the line, although I'm not above going out on Christmas Day to try to find something somewhere. That has happened in the past. So we got 3 shopping days left, and I spent the weekend myself wrapping all the presents, which if you've been listening for a while, you know that I am an abhorrent Christmas present shopper. So we'll, and Amy has actually threatened to post some of my Christmas wrapping attempts because they look awful. I mean, they're like strips where I've just basically pulled another piece of wrapping paper to cover up, the places where it ripped. I mean, that's how bad my shopping is and my wrapping is trying to get ready for Christmas.
So you also suffer from the inability to cut the paper correctly, and then you're left trying to stitch extra
that's
segments.
What I do.
Yeah, me too.
It's a whole like, me wrapping Christmas presents is like Frankenstein. That's what it's like. So
just slapping stuff together.
Hey, I wish I don't know if Joan's back, but
I am.
Can we talk about, just very quickly, can we talk about the fact that apparently CNN is leading with this story? I have it in my stack of stuff. I find it funny. So we are chasing an Iranian oil tanker.
Right.
Now, I happen to know that we've got a pretty damn good military, so I would think this has been going on for a couple of days.
I was going to say, it's been like a long time.
How difficult is this to I mean, you can box them in, but they don't want to be cut. This is the difference between the Venezuelan oil tanker that we took over the weekend. This is our second one. But the Iranians, they're not going to go down quietly. That's the problem that we have. The Iranians are not going to go down quietly. And so the question is, how much force do you use to confiscate this Iranian oil tanker?
Not a lot.
What'd you say, Sam?
I would say not a lot.
Not a lot?
You're at risk at an environmental catastrophe.
You've got environmental catastrophe. You do run the risk of American casualties. I don't give a rip about casualties in Iran, but you do run the risk of American casualties. And it could be an international incident. They are flying a fake flag. Of course, we know what they do. We've talked about this with the Venezuelans and how they disguise their oil tankers. So this could be a very interesting situation. I guess President Trump and Pete Hegseth are supposed to make some announcement today.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's supposed to be later on today.
Interesting.
Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
I love how this administration does things and then tells the press what it was.
Oh, I love that so much.
That's how you keep from the enemies knowing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. I mean, the president has had a very active couple of days. So he got some things done. We got off the air on Friday. We're going to do a deep dive into the whole Epstein files. There's a lot going on there. You are not going to believe. Don't say who it is, Sam, because we're going to do it at 5:35. Joan, you're not going to believe who is worried about the state of Candace Owens' mental health. You're not going to believe it. But we've got that coming up at 5:35.
I know I am.
I've got some great audio. I have actually not heard the audio yet. Sam told me about it just a scant moments before the radio broadcast. We also have Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti. He's going to be joining us at 7:35. He is suing Roblox Corporation. I've talked about Roblox before and what they're accused of. They're accused basically, if you've got kids, if you've got little kids, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, whatever, and they play on Roblox. And if you don't know what that is an online gaming platform, and they are accused of trying to groom kids and the whole thing. Tennessee is now, I believe we are now the 7th state in the union, maybe the 6th, I'm not sure, but we are one of several states now that are suing Roblox because they are accused of trying to groom kids online. So we have Jonathan Skrmetti, the Attorney General. He's going to be joining us at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News. 6:35, Jonathan Fahey is going to join us as well. A lot going on. I'm trying to get Matthew Hurt to join us at 8:05 to talk about Turning Point USA. Oh, Joan and Sam, did you see the moment where Nicki Minaj absolutely stepped in it at Turning Point?
I did.
Oh man, we'll do that too. And I got.
Unfortunate.
Can I just say this? The more that I see of Erica Kirk, the more that I realize how incredible she is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because she handled that amazingly. So we've got all this. It's a very big show. I know it's December 22nd. I know, Joan, that you and I both know. Sam, you're relatively new to talk radio. This is traditionally the slowest news week of the year.
Not this year.
Not this year. We got a lot going on. So a couple of things. Donald Trump, Friday afternoon, I love that he pummeled ISIS. We've got some video, by the way, Sam. He pummeled ISIS in retaliation for the deaths of 2 American military heroes and an American civilian interpreter. So he launched airstrikes against 70 ISIS Islamic State targets. Love that. This was all in Syria. They're calling this Operation Hawkeye Strike.
2 hours ago, we hit the ISIS thugs in Syria who were trying to regroup after their decimation by the Trump administration 5 years ago. We hit them hard. I ordered a massive strike on the terrorists that killed our 3 great patriots last week. 2 soldiers, 1 interpreter, all great people. And it was very successful. It was precision.
There you go. And that was Donald Trump, by the way, in North Carolina over the weekend. So we grabbed the second oil tanker as well off the Venezuelan coast. I feel like this is just going to be now business as usual. This is another oil tanker that had been sanctioned. It was docked in Venezuela and was supporting foreign terrorist organizations. Now, remember that there's multiple parts to all of this. Of course, this is not only a war against drugs coming into our country. This is also really a war against China. It is a war against Iran. It is a war against terrorism as well. There's a lot to this. We also, of course, want Venezuela to stop bringing drugs into our country, weakening China in the process. And yes, as we discussed, we are apparently trying to capture an Iranian oil tanker. This was on Fox News.
A sanctioned Iranian-linked tanker called the Bella 1 is refusing to be boarded and is being chased by U.S. forces. And a U.S. official close to the situation tells Fox News about the pursuit, saying, quote, the United States Coast Guard is in active pursuit of a sanctioned dark fleet vessel that is part of Venezuela's illegal sanctions evasion. It is flying a false flag and under a judicial seizure order.
So there you go. I mean, if that's something that we can do and we can do legally, then why not? What are we doing with all of this oil? Apparently, Trump says we're just going to keep the oil, which is fine. Somebody asked me about this over the weekend. I was at a thing, and somebody asked me this over the weekend about what it is that we're doing with the oil. And I said, well, finders keepers, losers weepers, right? We took the oil. It is our oil now. And I would pose this. This was in a conversation. I posed this conversation to a friend, and I said, let me ask you a question. If Venezuela took one of our oil tankers, or if Iran took one of our oil tankers, do you really think that they would give it back? No. So that is now our oil. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but, you know, this is something that the president, again, it is simply put peace through strength.
You know the scene in Captain Phillips where he realizes there's a little skiff behind him?
Yes.
And it's been followed. Just imagine the polar opposite of that. There's just like, I don't know, what, did they say 3 or 4 warships trailing this thing.
Yep.
Just.
Yep.
Ugh.
Hey, look at this. So we've heard, I just looked it up, what happens with the oil after it's been. So there was one called the Suez Rajan. That was an Iranian oil tanker. I don't know when this happened, but we seized the oil and it was sold, generating $74 million. And the proceeds were designated for a fund to compensate victims of terrorist attacks. That was according to the New York Times.
What year was that?
That's a good question.
I love that though.
Yeah, I think
because that is how the funding for terrorism happens, is by, among other things, selling this oil on the black market. And here's the deal: we, as in conservative talk show hosts, we blasted Joe Biden and the Democrats for allowing Iran to do just what they have been doing. So now
the skipper right now is docked near Texas, with the oil being offloaded for refining in the U.S.
There you go. Love it. And I like that. Compensate the victims of Iran's terrorist regime. All right, very good. Hey, I want to do a Daily Dan poll. We have not done a Daily Dan poll in quite some time. President Trump, this happened when I was on vacation. President Trump signed that executive order to increase the research into medical marijuana. So I'm curious as to where WTN Nation is on this. There's a lot to this, so we'll talk about that during the radio broadcast today. I'm all for this. I love the fact that the president is looking at this for many reasons. The biggest one, of course, is number one, I think it'll help our veterans. That is number one. And number two, anything we can do to stick it to the pharmaceutical companies, I'm all for it. So Big Pharma is freaking out, of course, if this is something the president wants to do. He has signed that executive order. And so go ahead and formulate, if we could, that question. By the way, if you want to watch us on YouTube and Facebook, Rumble, 997 WTN.com, X, anywhere else that you can see video. And you can also listen to us on, of course, the good old radio. And also you can listen to us on all of the streaming platforms. So it does seem to me that President Trump is very active. He is getting things done. The Democrats are seemingly in a state of disarray. We're going to talk about that. Also, it's a very big day today. Second Avenue is now going to, it's almost, right, 5 years to the day, Joan, right?
Yeah.
5 years to the day, because it was on Christmas Day 5 years ago, the Christmas Day bombing in Nashville. And now 5 years, Second Avenue is finally going to be completely open. And Sam and I were talking before this show about, we all kind of know, at least those of us who were in Nashville, we all know where we were on that morning of December, of course, 25th. And do you remember, Joan, where you were when you heard about the
I was
Christmas
in
Day
Washington,
bombing?
D.C., and I remember when it happened, and I thought, what the heck? This is Nashville. Like, why would something like that be happening in Nashville of all places?
You know, people started calling me. We were getting ready to open presents and the whole thing. And I started getting like text messages, and I'm like, well, this is like Breaking Bad. I mean, it's a meth lab gone up in smoke, right? Up in flames, right? That's what I thought it was. I thought it was like a portable meth lab or something. And then obviously the number of text messages, I thought, I better check this out. And Brian Wilson and I spent, I think, 4 or 5 hours on the air on Christmas Day covering that bombing. Amy was so mad at me.
Yeah, but...
She understood. I know. We talked about it before a couple months ago, where she was like, can you just come up for like 3 minutes so that Riker can open his big Lego set that we bought him? And I'm like, no, we're not running any commercials. I don't want to leave Brian all by himself. Not that he can't handle it. Of course he could. But I mean, we were just in that breaking news mode. And it was a crazy day. That was also the day, as I've discussed, I was supposed to propose to Amy, and
jeez.
She
did she know you were going to propose to her that day?
No.
Oh, man.
I proposed. I've talked about this before. But I proposed to her in front of her entire family on Christmas Day. It was a big Christmas Day celebration, and so how her family, and I love her family, how her family managed to keep this secret is beyond me. But they did. Because everybody kind of knew what was going to happen. It was like, all right, everybody, get your phones out, right? And so I had a big blanket. It's a whole thing. I had a big blanket, gave it to her as a Christmas present, said, will you marry me? Had the ring in my pocket. We've got the whole thing on video.
Aww.
I've never posted it because I feel like that's an us moment. We do have the whole thing on video, though. And so she was like really mad and frustrated, and she got it. I mean, she understood, but she just wanted 3 minutes of my time. That's all. She wanted 3 minutes, and I couldn't even give it to her. But honey, I'm in breaking news mode. I can't possibly come up and watch the gifts being opened up. So, but she got it, and she was totally understanding. And then she got, that day she really understood. Yep, this is what it's like to be married to a news nerd. And so now every time there's like tornado weather or breaking news or whatever,
she's like, see ya.
And she gets it. And she gets it. It was just that what Christmas Day. It's like Christmas Day of all the days. And then I, of course, am on the air with Brian going through all of this. And I'm just like, she's going to say no. Because she's so mad at me because I couldn't give her 3 minutes to watch Riker open up the big gift that we got him that year. And because she wanted a picture and video and all that. And I'm thinking, oh, God, she's going to say no. And so then, of course, obviously she said yes. I sometimes wonder if she regrets that. Anyway, it is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. All right, Joan, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Yeah, we've got the latest on the Epstein Files release. Also a big recall from one of the nation's automakers. It's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sam, you go to college and all that stuff. So do they teach media literacy at, where do you go to school again?
Austin P.
Austin P. Do they teach media literacy?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to play, this is what AOC talks about as it relates to media literacy. And just so folks know, media literacy, if I'm understanding of how they teach it, basically they're teaching you how to dissect what you see in the media. Is that what it is?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so this is AOC, Andrea Ocasio-Cortez, talking about media literacy.
You know, I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and
Wow.
Making my skin crawl, Dan.
The reason I asked you to define media literacy is because that's how I believe media literacy should be defined. She is talking about reining in the media from spewing misinformation, which is so ridiculous because, of course, we all know how the media protected Joe Biden during the 4 years that he was in the White House, physically but not mentally. And so, but AOC, she's talking about media literacy as in apparently reining in the media so you can't spew misinformation.
Environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false.
The border is secure. Joe Biden is mentally competent. I mean, good Lord, man, we could go down the list of all of the things that the media either spewed that were lies or they lied by not
omission.
Thank you, lying by omission. So there's plenty of examples of that with the media.
Come on, Joe Biden was running circles around them. Gosh.
He didn't fall off that bike. And the only thing she does better than exaggerate is probably make a whiskey sour.
Yes. Well, and the funny thing is, when you talk about, what did we call cringe Jean-Pierre? I think we called her misinformation. I think that's what we called her when she was, yeah. Anyway. All right, it is 5:30 on WTN.
It is now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some members of Congress say the DOJ's Epstein document release hasn't lived up to the letter of the law. The entire case file was supposed to be made public on Friday, but these people say only a fraction of the file has been released.
What these members of Congress will say, they are very concerned that the FBI had a lot of time to comply with this law. Republican Thomas Massie, Democrat Ro Khanna are now considering, and they are drafting, a resolution to hold Attorney General Pam Bondi in contempt of Congress for not fully following this law and releasing every single file the FBI has by the deadline of last Friday.
ABC Capitol correspondent Jay O'Brien there. A car recall to tell you about today.
Ford is recalling more than 270,000 hybrid and electric vehicles because of parking function problem that could lead to cars rolling away. Included are certain Lightning BEV, Mustang Mach-E, and Maverick vehicles.
That's ABC's Dave Packer. For commuters in Sumner County, there's some road work continuing at the Davidson-Sumner County line. Now, starting at 8 o'clock tonight until 5 a.m., there'll be alternating lane closures in both directions at Long Hollow Pike as crews work there to set concrete beams for the I-65 bridge over Long Hollow Pike. The work should wrap up by tomorrow morning. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No problem so far this morning. Things are running well on 24, on 65, and on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536. Nashville's Morning News.
Clear your throat, Dan.
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what? I played AOC audio. She always has that effect on me.
Yeah.
I remember when 2nd Avenue, the Christmas Day bombing 5 years ago. So we had done a whole bunch of events at Rodizio Grill. And I loved Rodizio Grill.
R.I.P.
Yeah. And the owners, I remember that day, I was talking about how Brian and I were on the air covering this bombing. And they came on the air with us. And I mean, shocked and devastated is the only way that I can describe what the owners were going through. And just a horrible, horrible thing, again, 5 years ago. So it looks like what I'm trying to figure out, Joan, and I don't know if you have any information, but when they reopened 2nd Avenue, they've got wider sidewalks and some other things. There's still some buildings, I guess, that are set to be demolished. And what I'm trying to figure out is what businesses are going to be reopening, if any, come, when they reopen 2nd Avenue. I don't know if there's going to be businesses that are going to be reopening. It is shocking to me, 5 years on, there are still some businesses that are battling with insurance.
Isn't
that crazy?
We're not LA, people.
No, I got to tell you, insurance companies,
Yeah.
If there is a way for them not to pay, they'll try it. And that's what's so frustrating about insurance companies. And so you feel bad for these business owners because, and I don't know what's going on with the folks over at Rodizio Grill. I forget their names. It's been so long now, but I had done a little thing where I was served as a waiter. It was like a station thing.
Oh, cute.
And so I served as a waiter. It was like WTN night. So I got to put on like the whole waiter uniform and everything. And I'm out there, serving up the meat at Rodizio Grill.
Nice.
It was a lot of fun, actually. And people came in and I would walk around. I was terrified that I was going to cut somebody. Because you know how they do it, right?
Have you ever been a server before?
No.
Oh, wow.
No, I've never worked as a waiter, as a server, anything like that. The closest was when I was a gas station attendant, probably one of the last in America. And but no, I've never had to wait tables. I know you did.
Yeah.
And I realized very quickly at Rodizio that I would be a terrible waiter. More power to you folks that are servers, because that is tough work. And you hear from people who are. This is why, and I don't want to brag, I'm not, but I have such an appreciation for people who actually do serve and work as, waiters and waitresses. I always try to give them big tips because I know that there are some people out there that don't give big tips. And so they oftentimes get screwed. My daughter, who worked as a waitress for a time, she was, she'd call me sometimes and she'd just get really angry because she worked, she served a party of 10 and they give her like a $5 tip.
Oh,
or they give a $1 tip.
I know.
Oh, she would get so mad.
Yeah.
And so I always try to give decent tips. But anyway, so I don't know. I would love to see Rodizio open back up, but I have no idea. So if we can find out what exactly happens today and if there's businesses that are going to be opening back up, I would love to celebrate those businesses. And I don't know if these are some of the older businesses that were there 5 years ago that would then be opening back up today, or what exactly is happening. So, because it's been a long 5 years, and I've been down there a few times to check out, sort of the aftermath of the bombing. So it's great to have 2nd Avenue opened all back up. So looking forward to seeing what exactly is going to be opening up there. Okay. Do you want to hear the audio from Alex Jones talking about the mental state of Candace Owens? I have not heard this. So, Joan, this is going to be kind of like fun with audio. Sam has sent this to me, so I have not heard this myself. Sam, you obviously have heard it. Give me the quick intro as far as what he is saying about the mental state of one Candace Owens. By the way, this is not on his show.
Yeah, he's just out, I think, in his yard. He just wanted to kind of make an announcement on what he has covered on his show, what he's planning to cover, and that out of all the people.
I was going to say, of all the people to
be concerned with the mental well-being of one Candace Owens.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
This is what he says, and we got video on this. Here's Alex Jones.
As most of you that pay attention know, I am not the internet police. I don't infight. I don't try to focus on what other people are theorizing about or doing. I try to focus on what I'm doing. And so it's with a heavy heart that I am forced to put out another report, either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're adding a lot of information right now, a lot more research, dealing with Candace Owens. Just as soon as the whole Egyptian plane thing gets debunked with all the facts.
By the way, he has been debunking, from what I understand, people have been telling me, he has been debunking Candace Owens just throughout this whole process. So I think, and I don't know if these two were ever allies or not, but...
Now she's moved to something else, and I'm really worried about her. I'm worried about her and her mind, and I'm also worried about the country and where this is going. It's good to question Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have big questions. We know Cash Patel covered up an investigation to accomplices. I broke that. I'm up before it hit the mainstream news. So I'm not saying don't question. But her latest source and what she's done, implicating the U.S. military and all this other stuff, is just so damaging. And when you go investigate it, it's so crazy.
What is she saying?
She's been saying that the U.S. military was in on it.
Are you kidding me?
I was
you
watching
serious?
Some stuff recently. She also said the chief of staff at Turning Point USA, who was like best friends with Charlie Kirk, Mikey McCoy, that he, because there was video of him talking on a phone after it happened, that he had something to do with it. I mean, she's accusing everybody. It's bizarre.
All right, so let's listen to Alex Jones.
And just like with the Egyptian plane, she says she has the metadata, then publish it. And when she did publish it, and it got fact-checked, it wasn't accurate. Candace, we care about you.
We do?
Do we?
But you just doubled down again with something even more absurd. And I hate watching you destroy yourself like this. We'll be covering it all with the reports coming out at Roblox Jones on X, on Rumble, and Infowars.com.
I want his voice. I like Alex Jones' voice. He sounds very manly. He does. It's like the polar opposite of mine. So I don't want any harm to happen to Candace Owens. But she's not doing herself any favors. And she's just throwing all this stuff up against the wall. And this is my impression, to see what sticks. And so I love that Alex Jones and others are fact-checking what she is saying. I'm going to be honest with you. I stopped paying attention to Candace Owens a while ago. I'll talk about the influencers at Turning Point USA, that big thing over the weekend in the 6 o'clock hour. But it just seems like you've got all of these influencers that are sort of attacking each other. And ultimately what they're trying to do, and it's certainly the case with Candace Owens, it seems to me, is she's doing this for clicks. She's doing this for money. She's doing this for attention. As we talked about on, I think, Thursday or Friday. I guess it was Friday because I was gone last week, most of it. But she has some consternation, some anger about the fact that she was left out of the wedding of Charlie Kirk, whatever. All I'm saying is that, and I think this is what everybody's saying, listen, if you've got something, don't sort of intimate that you have something and you'll let people know in the next edition of the Candace Owens Show. Throw it out there and let us know exactly what it is. And it just, I don't know, you just heard Alex Jones say, if you've got the metadata, then publish it. If you've got the details, publish it. But it's always just this sort of, and this is why I stopped paying attention, all right? The reason I stopped paying attention is because there never seemed to be anything concrete. It was almost like, you put a carrot on a string and a rabbit's trying to get to the carrot. Just keep pulling it and pulling it and pulling it and pulling it, and never really, getting the letting the rabbit have the carrot. It's what it seems like to me, where she's always just pulling that string and not really giving people anything concrete. And that's why I stopped paying attention. Now, the supporters of Candace Owens, and listen, if you're a supporter, awesome, love it. But if you're a supporter, then you should demand that she come out with something absolutely concrete. And to Alex Jones' point, I don't think anybody wants any harm to come to Candace Owens. If you ever cared about her as an influencer, then you want her to be well and you want her to thrive. But if she's going to be, what's the right word, irresponsible, I think what she's doing is irresponsible. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
Irresponsible?
She took the fact that Charlie wanted to do I guess rumors were he wanted to do a full-scale audit of the finances, and they did get money from certain Jewish donors, and she took that and ran with it on the Israel train.
But did he break any laws? Were there any laws broken? And just because he's accepting money from groups or organizations that are supportive of Israel doesn't mean that he's being controlled by Israel. That's the thing that annoys the living crap out of me is you can accept money from these organizations and you can have the same viewpoints or the same goals. You can be all in for Israel and for the good of the Jewish people and the good of the Israelis in the Middle East, and not be controlled by Israel. And so I think that whole thing, oh, you received money from Israel. Okay, well, so did a lot of other people. But look at where I voted and look at what I voted on. Just because I happen to be pro-Israel doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to give either a blank check to Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever. So I don't know. I think this whole thing has just been one huge distraction. Unfortunately, though, Joan, I think it's more than a distraction because I think that it is causing a rift within the Republican Party.
I agree.
And I don't understand, though, why is it causing a rift? You know what I didn't like? So I talked a little bit about this on Friday. I didn't like what happened at Turning Point USA, where you had Tucker Carlson going after Ben Shapiro, going after Megyn Kelly. You know what I mean? You've got all these influencers who are just slinging mud at each other. Steve Bannon, the same thing.
Yeah.
Now, there's two things can be true. Number one, that can be divisive. That can be petty. That can be just, I don't know. It doesn't matter to people's lives. You know what I mean? But it also shows that we are all willing as a family to have these conversations. And we are allowing people to speak against, others. It's like a big open conversation. That's all fine, well, and good. So there's good points and bad points to all the mudslinging that was going on at Turning Point USA. But it is divisive, especially when you look at, number one, all of the great things that in my opinion, Republicans have a lot of great things to be proud of in the first year of the Trump administration. Yes, there's still work to be done, but the president has done a lot of good things, and I feel like this divisiveness is sort of giving fodder for our enemies in this political war that we're engaged in.
I have to say, I heard this theory about what's happening, and I think this sounds true to me. So if you were a Democrat and you wished that the swell of popularity of the Republicans was somehow cut because so many kids, so many young people are coming into the Republican Party and being led by Charlie Kirk like thought, and how Charlie Kirk lived his life.
Yeah.
What would you do? You decimate the Republican Party from within. So I've heard theories that Tucker Carlson and other people are being paid to come up with these theories and to say these things so that, one group of people will believe this and another will believe that, and effectively separate everyone within the party.
You had comedian John Crist, I think he lives here in Nashville, call it out the other day that he's hung out with some of these people, and they talk about this very thing to generate shares, likes, and
The comedian
at the end of the day,
John Crist?
Yeah.
Wow.
You got the audio?
I'll find it.
Yeah, find the audio.
Or it may have been a tweet. But he stated that he's interacted and heard the behind closed doors conversations, that it's all about generating the shares, which generates the revenue. And
that's what we've all been saying. And that's true. In my opinion, that's true with Candace Owens. And again, you've got all these influencers, Tim Pool as well. Everybody's going back and forth. Everybody's fighting back and forth. At the end of the day, what are they all trying to gain? Influence, a bigger voice, clicks, shares, dialogue, and revenue generation. That's what they're trying to do. And so, unfortunately, it seems like two things can be true. At Turning Point, this is just another example of how they're trying to do just that. I think to Turning Point's credit, they're letting everybody have their say, because the last thing that they want to do is they don't want to be seen as censoring people, because that's everything that Charlie Kirk was against.
Right.
So the question is, okay, so then what are the motivations of people like Tucker Carlson? What are the motivations of people like Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly and all of these other folks? Because, I mean, all of them, if I'm not mistaken, got up on the stage of Turning Point USA and they started attacking each other. And it really should be about the momentum of the conservative movement going forward.
Exactly.
That's what it should be, because we have so much to be proud of. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, do you have that audio?
Yeah, I got it right now.
Is there no cursing?
Yeah,
I got spoken to about cursing last week. So.
he's a Christian comedian.
Oh, very good. All right, go ahead. Real quick. What did he have to say?
Jelly Roll is there.
Talking about a party.
Tucker Carlson's there. Marjorie Taylor Greene is there.
Wow.
Candace Owens is there.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, Lydia, Candace Owens is here. She's like, what? Well, I go, Candace is here. She goes, tell her I'm reading her book. I go, not Candace Bure. Candace Owens is here.
Yeah.
She's like, what?
The other one.
The real one.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And then and there's like a bunch of Turning Point people there. There's a bunch of like, I wrote down a list of everybody that I saw there. A bunch of comics were there.
Interesting.
Brennan Shaw, Theo, a bunch of people, a bunch of MMA fighters in there.
Wow.
And I was like, I go, all right, this is what I always have thought about those kind of things, and I'll just say it out loud for everybody listening. And I've said this
John.
before in some kind of context.
Say it.
There was Turning Point people there, and Candace Owens was there, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson. I hate to say this out loud. Everybody friends.
Everybody's friends.
Everybody's friends.
Everybody's friends.
Huh.
Everybody knows what they're doing. Yeah, until you see like Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson like taking blows at each other.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Did you watch any of Ben Shapiro's speech?
I played some audio on Friday.
Okay.
I thought it was very good. What I saw was good.
Yeah.
I did not see the whole thing because, again, and I'll say it again, and people get mad at me when I say it, I don't care about the influencers.
Yeah.
I just don't care.
Yeah.
What I care about is that it is interfering with the conservative movement. That's my problem. 0251 actually shares what I have to say. Out here in the real world, influencers are laughed at or ignored. Now, I'm going to say this. I got, as I said on Friday, I got enough voices in my head. I don't need all the influencers. They're doing what they do. I do what I do. Whatever. I mean, everybody's got a voice, and it's all fine, well, and good. Tucker, Ben Shapiro, all these folks, Alex Jones. I mean, obviously they've got scoreboard over, little radio host in Nashville, Tennessee. But I think that some of these folks are doing damage to the very movement that they purport to support. I think that's what's going on. It is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jones got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, teenage birthday party interrupted by gunfire. 2 people were shot. Also, just minutes before it was about to be played, CBS has delayed a segment on El Salvador's Sikot prison. We'll explore why that happened. Those stories coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Do you know what, guys? We forgot to do my.
Yeah, we did. Your music, your song.
All right, well, we'll get to it.
Okay.
Because I went old school today, Joan.
Yeah.
I went old school.
You went, your song is old school?
My song is old school.
I'm so proud of you.
By the way, 6707 thinks that he got me in a gotcha moment.
Oh.
Hey, Dan, aren't you doing it for clicks and viewers and for listeners?
Oh.
Trying to compare me to like Candace Owens.
Yeah.
No, I don't make stuff up.
And I can personally guarantee nobody's feeding Dan anything.
No. Wait, what?
Except cupcakes.
I don't even know what to make of that.
Talking points.
Oh, thank you, talking points. I'm like, no, but if somebody wants to bring me a donut, cool. No, not a problem whatsoever. Anyway, it's 6 o'clock. Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And a teen is in custody now after a shooting at a birthday party over the weekend at Lars Event Center in Smyrna. Partygoers tell Channel 4 that they thought they heard a balloon pop, but quickly realized what was going on.
I saw both of them. When I came around from the back, I saw one of them, and I think he had a shot right here. I saw blood right here, and I saw blood right here, and he was trying to breathe.
One person was killed, another airlifted to a local hospital. Now, police are not revealing the suspect's ID. The gun in the case used here had been stolen in Nashville. CBS's 60 Minutes has delayed airing a segment about El Salvador's maximum security prison CCOT. That segment was going to feature correspondent Sharon Alfonsi interviewing some of the prisoners who were deported from the U.S. by Donald Trump. And they would describe brutal and torturous conditions. The decision to pull that episode was made by CBS's new news chief, Barry Weiss. Reporter Sharon Alfonsi accused her of censoring her work and destroying 60 Minutes' stellar reputation. She also accused Weiss of bowing to the Trump administration. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures point to a higher start to the holiday shortened trading week. That would build on Friday's gains after the Nasdaq closed 1.3% higher. The S&P rose 0.9%. The Dow added 183 points to close at 48,135. Volatility in the equities market and in the world economy has investors flocking to precious metals. Gold prices will wrap up the year with a 70% gain since the beginning of 2025. At least one Fed official wants to hold the line on interest rates until at least the spring. Beth Hammack, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland, tells the Wall Street Journal that a pause in rate changes would clarify the effects of President Trump's tariffs on the economy. Avatar: Fire and Ash led the weekend box office with $88 million in domestic ticket sales. Industry watchers were anticipating a much stronger start to the movie's theatrical run at around $110 million.
Also, the animated biblical movie David collected $22 million in its opening weekend. That was Angel Studios' best three-day debut. Even better than Sound of Freedom. Stock futures this morning. Dow futures up 14. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 127. S&P futures are plus 24. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some slowing traffic on 24 westbound this morning. Looks like it slows down around the Murfreesboro area. They're also saying, the traffic center is also saying that there is some milling and paving work going on the eastbound lanes between Old Hickory Boulevard and Waldron Road with the right lane blocked off by it. Watch yourself there. Otherwise, major roads look great heading in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, 6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, real quickly, we are doing our own bumper musics, our own Christmas bumper musics. This is mine, the King of Cool, Dean Martin.
Love it.
I was driving along and I realized, I've had this war against old time, Christmas music.
Traditional.
But I do like traditional, if that's what you want to call it. I like Dean Martin. I've realized that he is the king of cool.
He is.
I guess, is he still? I don't think he's still alive.
No.
Is he? No, okay.
No.
Anyway, all right, moving on. Nicki Minaj. Let's real quickly, because we spent some time in the last segment talking about who appeared at Turning Point USA and so forth. There was a moment during the Turning Point USA event where none other than Nicki Minaj. Now, people know that she is Sam, is she a hip-hopper? Is that what she is?
She's a rapper.
She's a rapper. Is she still relevant? I don't even know if she's still relevant.
Yeah, relevant in the sense that she hasn't been controversial lately.
Well, she is now. All right, so she was out there. She was extolling, actually, Joan, the virtues of Donald Trump.
Dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
So she's talking about Donald Trump, handsome and dashing. You know, that got Donald Trump's attention.
Yeah.
Maybe 30 years ago.
But then she started talking about, because there is a serious, like you people think that I stick my foot in my mouth sometimes. Nicki Minaj said something that was clearly an accident. And this is how the whole thing unfolded.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I...
Now, she's talking to Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
And she just mentioned the word assassin.
say that...
And at that moment, and if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you see that she just realized what she said. And she's having a hard time moving forward. And she actually, I believe that she wiped a tear out of her eye as she was trying to go forward. Now, Erica Kirk is laughing, by the way. I mean, everybody knows this is like, oh my God, did this really just happen?
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
And Nicki Minaj, and I feel bad for Nicki Minaj.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Nicki Minaj because she slipped. And she's having a hard time. I think, Joan, she's about to cry.
I think so.
Yes, we did. I love you.
You just heard Erica Kirk say, I love you. Nicki Minaj puts the microphone down because she doesn't know how to handle this moment.
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, Who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. I will not judge that.
And she just rolled right along.
Erica Kirk is, gosh,
The more
amazing.
that I see, and as I said this in the 5, the more that I see of Erica Kirk, the more impressive she is. She is just amazing. And so, personally, I believe that whole Turning Point USA event, some people are, bashing Turning Point. I think, though, that they had a great event. And by the way, we do have Matthew Hurt. He is scheduled to come on the show a little bit later on this morning at 8:06. And by the way, a couple of other things that we have scheduled. Coming up at 6:38, Jonathan Fahey is going to join us. We're going to talk about a number of things, including, I don't know why I find this one story. I find it a little, amusing or bemusing, but we are trying to take over this Iranian oil tanker. Over the weekend, we took over a second Venezuelan oil tanker. Now we're trying to get this Iranian oil tanker as well. That is part of the news story today. So we're going to talk to Jonathan Fahey about that. So you want to stay tuned for that. 7:38. I'm really looking forward to about 7:36, depending on how late we actually are. But we're going to speak to the Attorney General for the state of Tennessee, Jonathan Skrmetti. Looking forward to that. He is suing Roblox. Now, if you don't know what Roblox is, just a very brief description of what is going on. Roblox, if you've got kids or grandkids and they're online, odds are they either know about Roblox or they're on Roblox, Roblox, I think it is. But it's a big gaming platform. And so ultimately what they do on Roblox is kids can create their own games and they play. There are, I guess, millions of games on this thing, but you know what else is going on? A lot of grooming. I've talked about this before. So now the state of Tennessee and other states are suing Roblox because of the fact that they're not warning people about the grooming that's going on. And it seems to me like the folks, the people who are in charge of Roblox, they're not doing anything to stop that grooming either. So we'll talk to Jonathan Skrmetti about that and other things coming up here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 615-737-9986 is the Super Text line, 615-737-WWTN. Also coming in, part of the news cycle today, the Epstein files were released on Friday. So some of them, there's still hundreds of pages that are either missing or completely redacted. I mean, we're not talking about a word or two. They are completely redacted. And now the Democrats are saying that they want to go after Pam Bondi and they want to impeach Pam Bondi. So we've got that part of the story right now. This is what Scott Jennings had to say about the Epstein files. Do you know who really is having an awkward Monday? That would be Bill Clinton, because Bill Clinton was all over these Epstein files.
So a good faith effort is being made to release files tonight.
Really?
They're obviously doing that. And I think as it relates to redactions, I mean, my impression is that there's a whole lot of names of victims in there and minors and other people that you probably wouldn't want to release, and they do need to be redacted. Regarding Bill Clinton, I'm sorry to tell you, the reason that Bill Clinton's picture is in the Epstein files is because this has always been a story about Bill Clinton and not Donald Trump. We should call it the Clinton files, not the Epstein files. That's what we're learning tonight. This is the Clinton files. This is the blowing up in the face of the Democrats.
So all the Democrats on the panel, right, they just start freaking out. Oh, my gosh, no, you can't call them the Clinton files. Bill Clinton is indeed all over these files.
For this. It's Bill Clinton. This is a story about Democrats and Bill Clinton. And it's always been that way.
Pictures of Donald.
So that was Scott Jennings. So you've got Bill Clinton. Have you seen any of these photos, Joan or Sam?
I have.
So you've got Bill Clinton with Ghislaine Maxwell, of course. You've got Bill Clinton in a pool with unknown women. You've got Bill Clinton in a hot tub. Clinton and Epstein posing in coordinating shirts, which is a little weird. You've got Clinton sitting at a dinner table with the likes of Mick Jagger and Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein himself. There's a picture of Clinton with a girl or a woman sitting on his lap. Her face is blacked out. Now, none of these, it seems to me, are smoking guns. But the reality is that these files show that Bill Clinton was all over the world gallivanting with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. And so you can't escape it. And so, again, no smoking gun, it seems to me. Maybe there is somewhere. But, you know, the headlines were, and I thought that it was a little unfair. I can't believe that I'm going to do this, but I'm going to stand up for Bill Clinton in one sense. All these headlines all over the place were like, Bill Clinton, half naked. You know, Bill Clinton was half naked with women or whatever it is in the Epstein files. Well, he was in a swimming pool or he was in a hot tub.
He was in a hot tub and there's somebody in the hot tub with him, face blacked out. I mean,
yeah. So
creepy.
It is creepy. But I mean, listen, here's the thing is that if you're Bill Clinton and you're married and you are the former, I think at the time he was the former president. But why would you so stupidly allow yourself to be photographed with a blonde girl or a woman sitting on your lap? Like, why would you even allow that? You would think that he would know better. Very, very cavalier, if you will. Like, no shame. It's like, I'm going to allow myself to be photographed in compromising positions, knowing full well that these at some point could be made public, especially the one with the girl sitting on his lap, knowing the reputation of Bill Clinton. So there's that aspect to it as well. Trump, they say, of course, you know, you got people saying, oh, where's all the Trump photos? There's pictures of Trump with Epstein, but I mean, there's nothing of Trump with women that are underage.
There is a conspiracy theory circulating about one of the photos that shows a dresser drawer, and inside it, there's a framed picture of Donald Trump, and people are freaking out about it.
Well, what is it? What is it?
It doesn't. It's just like a stack. It's a bunch of, you know, how people put stuff in dresser drawers. There's a bunch of different little things in there, and there just happens to be a picture that includes Donald Trump. It's a framed photo, and people are, oh my God, he's in the pictures. He's in a picture of a picture.
But Trump has admitted this is and by the way, Bill Clinton has said too that he cut off contact somewhere around, I think, 2005. So, I mean, Bill Clinton himself has said this ad nauseum that he disconnected with Jeffrey Epstein around 2005. But there's a lot more evidence that Bill Clinton was really sort of part of this Epstein clique than Donald Trump. And so there is just, to me anyway, there's a lot of evidence that Bill Clinton was in this clique more than Donald Trump was. I mean, there's no pictures of Donald Trump in a hot tub or a swimming pool with women, you know, like Bill Clinton was. But again, there's nothing wrong with Bill Clinton being in a hot tub. I mean, there just isn't. We don't know who that woman was that was in the hot tub with him because it was blacked out. Let's not forget that they blocked out all of those faces of the women that were with Donald Trump, and it was intimated by the Democrats by the blocking out of their faces that they were underage, but the reality is that they're all beauty pageant contestants. So we don't know anything as of yet. I've got a little bit more on this. By the way, we haven't done traffic. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. As far as your weather for today, it's going to be mostly sunny and pleasant to high of 57. So a few things happened over the weekend. You got the Democrats screaming about the redactions really loudly. They even wanted to impeach Pam Bondi because of those redactions. Not really wanting to talk about the Clintons. The Democrats don't really want to talk about Bill Clinton all that much or his presence in all of these photos. This is Democrat Tim Kaine. And he was forced to say, well, yeah, Bill Clinton, he's got a little bit of explaining to do.
But does Clinton owe the public an explanation about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You know, I actually haven't tracked what President Clinton has said, and if there are unanswered questions, you know, he should address them, and I suspect he will. But let's just make sure that we meet the promise that President Trump made as a candidate that all these files will be released. Let's put all the facts and all the material out on the table, and then folks can reach their own judgments about anybody connected with this horrible, horrible case.
The problem.
So this is New York Times. It is obvious what the Republicans in the White House and at Justice and their desperate congressional cronies are doing, says Angel Urena, Deputy Chief of Staff for Bill Clinton. What they're hiding is not obvious, but it must not be good. Basically, what they're saying is that there's nothing to see here with Bill Clinton, and what they're actually doing is they're trying to target Bill Clinton by releasing these photos. She says there are two types of people here, Mr. Urena said in a statement posted on X. The first group knew nothing and cut Epstein off before his crimes came to light. That is Donald Trump. The second group continued relationships with him after. He says, we are in the first. No amount of stalling by people in the second group will change that. They say Clinton has maintained that he cut ties in 2005 when the allegations came to light. But you do have all of these photos of Bill Clinton, including, again, the one that looks like he is on Epstein's plane with a young blonde on his lap. And he is posing, he is smiling. And as I said previous, any married man, I would think, would be cognizant that it would not be wise to be pictured with a young blonde on your lap. But can we all be honest? Bill Clinton has no shame. Bill Clinton has absolutely no shame. Now, the headlines, again, were out of control this weekend. Half-naked Bill Clinton photos in the Epstein files. But again, he was in a hot tub with other women, which, by the way, Bill Clinton, that tracks. If it's an over 18 woman, underage. I don't know. What do you say? I mean, it's not illegal to be in a hot tub. Here's what I would say. Joan, agree or disagree? It's not illegal to be in a hot tub with a girl who is underage. However,
right,
it is damn creepy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you this. If I was ever somewhere and an under 18 girl that was not related to me got in a hot tub when I was in that hot tub, I would immediately get out of that hot tub and say, you have fun. I mean, I would. But for Bill Clinton, again, a man who clearly has no shame, he apparently didn't think that it was a big deal if that woman was under 18. And we don't know if that woman was under 18 or not. But here's the reality with all of these photos and all of these hundreds of thousands of documents that were released on Friday. We still don't know who did what. Democrat Ro Khanna and Republican Thomas Massie were on Face the Nation over the weekend. They said the redactions and the documents that were not released say a lot.
Okay.
The problem is this was a slap in the face of survivors. What do they want? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who visited Epstein's rape island and covered up the abuse. And the key documents that our law basically said needed to be released, the 60-count indictment that actually implicates a lot of these people, and the prosecution memo were not released. It's not about the timeline, it's about the selective concealment. But this shouldn't be a big document up. There's a pretty simple point. Who raped these young girls? Yep. Who covered it up? Yep. And why are they getting away with it?
So you're saying specific things regarding the indictment. Congressman Massey, I saw in a video that you posted, you had a very specific benchmark of success here. You said there are at least 20 men accused of sex crimes known to the FBI. How do you know that number? And do you know those names?
Yeah, the survivors' lawyers have told me those numbers, and they've described their professions in general. But they've only given me one of those names, and I mentioned that in a congressional hearing, Jess Staley. So I searched these documents. I didn't see Jess Staley's name, nor did I see 19 other names.
So that Jess Staley, by the way, was a big-time banker whose career was destroyed by his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But what about all of those other names? And so there was a lot redacted those grand jury materials, including large batches of names, non-victims, and investigators, faces on photos, of course, and all of the redactions. So now if you do have Democrats that are screaming that Pam Bondi does need to be impeached because of those redactions. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 625, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is going to be joining us at 6:35 to talk about this and a number of other issues. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you about the early accusation in 1996 against Jeffrey Epstein that was ignored. Also, a tragic robbery that ended with the death of a husband and father right here in Nashville. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What did you say about the ignoring of what, Joan, with the Epstein files?
It was an accusation made in 1996 to the FBI about him.
Yes, there was. And nobody wanted to do anything about it.
Yep.
So, good. All right. Joan's got that story. I've got a lot going on, too. Dan Mandis here. And when you need to save money on insurance, you need to call my friends at King & Associates Insurance. Now, so many of my listeners have reached out and let me know that they've been able to save and save big with King & Associates Insurance. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident, but King & Associates still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. Now, the reason being, because at King & Associates Insurance, they do know that life happens and stuff happens. And as independent agents, they can find the best deal for you and your family. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you and keeping the communication flawless. Now, what they like to do is they like to find the best deal for you through cultivating great relationships with the best companies around. They also are experts at bundling home and auto. King & Associates Insurance, they are going to fight for the best deal possible. Save money, get great insurance with King & Associates Insurance. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-321-8121. 615-321-8121. Find them online, tkinginsurance.com.
Good morning. Now 6:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The Department of Justice began releasing Epstein files Friday, and among the newly released documents, a significant revelation: a 1996 FBI complaint believed to be the first time that Epstein was ever reported to federal law enforcement.
Epstein accuser Maria Farmer says she filed that complaint 3 decades ago, alerting authorities Epstein, quote, stole photos she had taken of her 12 and 16-year-old sisters, threatening to, quote, burn down her house if she told anyone. But Epstein would not be investigated for another decade. Years ago, she told us,
if the FBI had listened to me in 1996, there would have been no more victims.
Farmer telling ABC she finally feels, quote, redeemed.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin reporting.
I wonder who was president in 96?
Was
it Bill Clinton?
I think it would be Bill Clinton.
It was Bill Clinton, and Janet Reno was the Attorney General.
Yeah.
So,
who was the FBI, head of the FBI at that time?
96? I don't know who was the head of the FBI, but ultimately,
1996 would be Louis Freeh.
Louis Freeh. Apparently, he was free from wanting to investigate allegations of what was going on with whatever. Moving on.
Okay. So, also in the news this morning, a Nashville woman says she was pistol whipped and her husband was shot to death during a robbery attempt. Here's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
Investigators say the couple's baby was inside the car during all of this. This happened late Saturday night at the Vale Apartments on McMurray Drive. Police say the couple had just arrived home after leaving work together when they were approached by masked gunmen.
Now, the gunman and another man made off with the woman's wallet and cell phone, and they have not yet been identified or captured. Olive Garden is offering a new lighter portions menu starting in January. Now, these will be lighter servings of 7 dishes, including chicken parm and cheese ravioli, and they'll cost $13 for the dish instead of the larger portion at $25. Olive Garden says since introducing those smaller portions in September, they quickly became very popular. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. What do you get the person that has everything? How about the gift of self-improvement with my friends at Contours? Now, check this out. Right now, they're offering both their Tennessee Famous Belly Buster Special and a facial to battle those fine lines, both for just $150. That's right. That is a huge savings. Now, both their Belly Buster and facial treatments, both are powered by cutting-edge and effective red light technology. This red light therapy can help you lose inches across the middle and those fine lines on your face. As I said, the gift of self-improvement with my friends at Contours. Now, right now, again, you can get both for just $150, a belly buster treatment and a facial. That, my friends, is a great deal. The first 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960, gets that special price of just $150 with Contours. 615-236-9960. If you'd like to learn more about Contours and red light technology and what they can do for you, their website, contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com.
No big problems so far this morning, but it is slowing down on 24 westbound approaching the Laverne area this morning. And apparently there's still road work happening on the eastbound side of 24 in Laverne. It's between Old Hickory Boulevard and Waldron Road. Got to watch out for that. A little bit slow after the merge of 65 and 24. And otherwise, things are looking good on 40 so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, Joan.
Yeah.
And we always we know how that works out,
Turns
which
out,
it doesn't. But it's
you
interesting.
Walk and chew gum while you choke.
We're talking about this, about the influencers and Turning Point USA and all of that kind of stuff, and how a lot of these influencers do what they do and say what they say for clicks and all this kind of stuff. And it's a whole big thing. I don't want to go backwards. But one guy says, 9871, then we're going to get to Jonathan Fahey. But 9871 says, Dan, you lie every day.
So,
And then Joan, sticking up for me, says, what lie did Dan tell? He says, we all lie. Your show, he says, 9871 says, your show lies to promote a conservative agenda, which is fine, but don't act like you are above it. Well, tell me what lie that I've told. That I don't.
He's not being specific.
Well, you know what? If somebody's going to accuse me of lying,
right,
you better be specific, because I don't lie. I mean, if there is if there's a story that I'm going to tell, it's going to be from the conservative perspective, but I don't lie about anything. I don't intentionally lie about anything. So 9871, I mean, he's, says, you missed my point. It's like, okay, well, your point is you're calling me a liar, but you're not telling me what I lied about.
Right.
So it seems like
invalid.
He's lying and calling me a liar, Joan.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I don't like that stuff.
Whatever. Jonathan Fahey joins us. Jonathan, how are you?
Good morning.
All right. So I got a number of things that I want to talk to you about. And Jonathan, try not to lie. Totally kidding. A couple of things. Number one, we were talking earlier about the Venezuelan oil tanker. No, the Iranian oil tanker. There's big news today. The Trump administration is going after this Iranian oil tanker. Now, the Iranians, they are saying, no, you're not going to take this oil tanker. The Venezuelans, of course, we've now absconded with two of their oil tankers, but the Iranians are not giving up their oil tanker. I don't know. What do you think is going to happen here? How far should we push to be able to take over this oil tanker?
Yeah, I think with the Trump administration, at least as far as what we've been seeing now, they're going to push hard and they're going to take it because, they think they're justified in doing so. And I think if it's violating sanctions or other types of things, it's perfectly legitimate to do so. And, with the Iranians, I think they learned a lesson, earlier this year from President Trump that we're in a new era. And, you probably don't want to mess with President Trump on any of these issues, or you'll end up on the short end of it. So I think they'll push it pretty hard, and I think it's going to be effective, certainly with Maduro, and I think a lot of the actions with Venezuela overall are already effective, but two, will be effective because we're already, I'm sure, reducing the flow of drugs coming into the country, and we're going to see the results of that, I think, probably next year when you see the drug overdose death numbers are going to be drastically down, at least that's my understanding. So I think they'll keep pushing it. I think Maduro's days are probably numbered because the oil is the money for that place as well as drugs. And once the money dries out, everything else gets a lot harder.
Well, of course, as everyone knows, you were former acting head of ICE under Trump administration the first go-round. And so you know all too well what is coming across our southern border. And one of the things that Donald Trump is clearly doing, and I think this is great, is he is really a shining example of peace through strength. And I think that it is a good thing that Donald Trump is doing this. And, part of what the president has always said is, and I think that for some people, they just are rolling their eyes because they've heard the president say this so many times. But when it comes to Venezuela and when it comes to Maduro, the president talks about how they emptied their prisons, they emptied their mental institutions. And so you talk about what exactly it is that Venezuela has done. That is what they did. They emptied their prisons. This is something that they did, and that's how we ended up with a whole lot of people across our southern border, courtesy of Maduro.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And we had a gang that no one had ever heard of until the Biden administration, this Tren de Aragua, in our country en masse because of what they did. And the worst part about it, quite honestly, is not what Maduro did, but what the Biden administration did by welcoming all of these people in and, in fact, flying some of them in and providing them all sorts of benefits. But, yeah, it is what they did was horrible. It made our country worse. And President Trump, is fighting for Americans in every step of the way. And so much of this nonsense that went on has to be reversed, and it has to be done, with a little bit of strength, because the Biden administration, everything about the Biden administration just exuded sort of ineptitude and weakness around the world. And President Trump is just sort of resetting sort of the playing field. But I think what's important with Maduro, he's been indicted. I think it was 3 different U.S. courts have indicted him for narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, similar crimes. So he's somebody that we have an indictment for and arrest warrants for. So this is somebody that's at another level, meaning from just sort of the strong man in Latin America or anywhere else. So President Trump's taken it to him, Iran, I think, Iran's always big at sort of saber rattling type of stuff, but they probably aren't going to push back too hard on it because they know the repercussions will be massive. But Venezuela harmed our country with massive immigration, granted with, the complicity of the Biden administration.
Yes. One of the things as we talk about all of this, we also, and you and I have spoken about this many times, is the fact that the Democrats and these activist judges are also standing in the way of President Trump being able to do what he wants to do and what Tom Homan needs to do as well. Love this headline. We spoke about this when it was all happening initially, that Wisconsin judge has now been found guilty of obstruction for helping an immigrant evade federal agents. Now, you folks might remember that this judge, her name is Hannah Dugan, and she had an illegal alien in front of her bench, and she, if I remember right, didn't she sneak this guy out of the building and into a waiting car?
Yeah, she helped him out like a side door or like a secret, a non-public door to get away from ICE agents. Yeah, it was completely outrageous. And the guy, as you know, was sitting there or standing there facing charges for, some sort of assault and battery with a roommate where he had allegedly punched his roommate, I think dozens of times, had strangled the roommate, all sorts of things. So this is a guy that she was fighting to keep in the country. It's truly astonishing.
It is. And what do you think is going to happen to her? Being found guilty accused of helping this undocumented immigrant or illegal alien, guilty of obstruction. So what does that ultimately happen with her? She's removed from the bench. Do you think she might actually, go to jail, spend any time in jail?
Well, what's interesting about that, the statute carries a 5-year maximum penalty, but usually maximum penalties are reserved for people with horrible records and things like that. But there are these things called the U.S. sentencing guidelines, which judges are required to consult, not necessarily required to follow. And for somebody with her characteristics, at least my initial running of them, they're call for a guideline sentence of 6 to 12 months incarceration. So, I don't know that she'll get that, but I would think some time might be warranted here, because one of the things the courts are supposed to look at when they sentence people is deterrence, meaning not just for the person in front of them, but general deterrence. So you see so much obstruction of ICE by elected officials and inspiring citizens to do so, that there is a very good argument that there needs to be deterrence to other people doing this. And I find it very interesting. The Democrats have been quite quiet on this thing, and they were up in arms when she was charged. And it's interesting, after a jury, in the Democratic area, I think it was overwhelmingly voted for Harris, also a judge appointed by, I believe, Bill Clinton. So there's no argument that this was political. And the jury convicted her, and it's interesting how it's really crickets from the left on this thing. But it is a serious offense. She was trying to get a dangerous criminal back out on our streets as opposed to being removed. And we have seen so many of these Democratic politicians essentially leading the charge against ICE to obstruct them and obstruct their mission, which has put so many of them in danger, so many of us in danger, because just the citizens. So, I think there is a very good argument for at least some time in jail. Will she ultimately get it? I don't know. I probably tend to maybe think she won't, but I think it is justified, and certainly a lot of things, a lot of arguments support it.
One of the things, of course, it's a big conversation today. Over the weekend, we had on Friday, Epstein, 300,000 documents and a whole bunch of photos, particularly and famously of Bill Clinton, and he was photographed with a blonde woman sitting on his lap. He's in a hot tub or a swimming pool, and he's with a woman. Her face is blocked out, so we don't know who she was or how old she was. But I thought this was interesting, and Joan and I were speaking about this previous, that there was it's now been revealed that one whistleblower was vindicated by the document dump after she said she warned the FBI, Jonathan, back in 1996, about Epstein's sickening interest in child pornography. So this is, during the administration of Bill Clinton. And so you had Janet Reno as the head of the DOJ. Louis Freeh is the head of the FBI. So I don't know. Not real surprising that the FBI sat on this in 1996. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, because you're right. President Clinton was the president. It does seem to, at least the things I've seen online, seems to be, has been involved with. I don't want to suggest anything bad, but certainly, hanging out with Epstein and sort of partying or whatever they were doing. So it is interesting that he was close enough to them that maybe they sat on it, maybe they didn't want to touch it. But it is funny how when this thing unfolds, because everyone wants to, or on the left wants to suggest wrongdoing of Donald Trump, which is the one thing that they're not going to find. Even people around Epstein would say Trump had nothing to do with any of this stuff. So I think it'll end up another thing that sort of backfires on the Democrats. And it is funny just watching some of the stuff on X talking about it. And you think of, Hillary Clinton and all of these people that, when Bill Clinton's swimming in the pool and just having the time of his life with this stuff. It's pretty funny how it ultimately is unfolding. But the whole thing is, the Democrats, they almost didn't want it released because it's a better issue when it's not released, right? Because then they can insinuate there's all of this stuff in there involving, Trump and other people, when then, in fact, it's not going to show that, but will probably show stuff to make some of their people look bad.
Well, now to have some of these Democrats, and maybe Thomas Massey is talking about this too, about impeaching Pam Bondi. I mean, I don't think that's going to go anywhere, obviously, but we'll have to see. There's so many things that the Democrats are doing that I would call performative these days, and you alluded to it in your last statement. But you think anything's going to come of this Epstein thing? I mean, I think there's at least a couple hundred documents that have been either redacted, heavily redacted, or not released. The Trump administration, or I guess the DOJ, is trying to figure out how to get these released. But, at the end of the day, I think that most people believe that this whole thing ultimately is going to be a big old nothing burger. And I don't think that there's going to be people who are never satisfied.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I don't think it's going to amount to like new charges or any any sort of massive revelations or anything like that, other than sort of it sort of expands on what people already knew about certain things. But yeah, I don't think it will really amount to anything. And I do think this, at some point, I think people will start losing interest in this. And, I know there are people that have criticized the way things have been handled, but you have to be careful when you're dealing with things like publicly releasing things, because you have concerns about victims. And also you have a responsibility not to put people in a false light, try to insinuate if you're just somehow ever met this guy that means you did something wrong. So it was a careful, you have to be careful when you're doing so. And I know maybe the way it first came about didn't make the public very happy about it, but I think it was just sort of a delicate thing. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see a ton more out of this, and I'll be interested if this still becomes high level of interest on sort of either side of the aisle, or if it just sort of fades away and we start focusing on other types of things.
All right, Jonathan Fahey, real quick, have you gotten all your Christmas shopping done yet?
Not yet.
Come on, man.
Still working on it.
Do you have any suggestions for last minute gifts for to the guys? What's a good last minute gift for the ladies in their lives?
Oh gosh, I wish I know. If you have any, let me know, or hit me up on Twitter, because that's my main concern. My wife is taking care of the kids' gifts. I gotta get her gifts, so that's what I'm working on.
Diamonds always work.
Of course, Joan says diamonds always work. Jonathan, I hope you've been saving since last year. I would always recommend massages. Actually, would you say, Joan, that a massage is
That's a very nice gift? Yes.
And I would say, Jonathan, that does not scream a panic gift.
Okay.
You know what a panic gift is? Where it's like, oh crap, I'll
get the robe.
Yeah, or slippers. Slippers just screams panic gift, right? All right, Jonathan, how can people follow you on Twitter?
John for Fairfax, JONFORFAIRFAX.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan Fahey, and Merry Christmas to you. And we'll talk to you again soon. I think I stumped him on that question, Joan. He didn't know how to answer it.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think, wouldn't you agree, Sam? Doesn't like a robe or slippers just scream like last minute gift?
Yeah.
But I think like a good, I don't want to give anybody free advertising, but listen, Massage Envy, that's always a good thing, like a gift card to Massage Envy or something like that.
It's even better than just giving her a gift for her to get the massage, but when you do a couples massage.
Sure.
Right?
That's a cop-out.
That's not a cop. What is wrong with you? That's not a cop-out.
That's
you
really
get a
cool.
present and she gets a present?
Yeah, but you do it at the same time, and you're in the same room. Sometimes they bring you flutes of champagne. It's really cool. I've done this
Sounds
before.
more like a Valentine's Day thing.
Yeah, that could be.
I've done it with Amy. It's a great thing. All right, got to go. 6:55. Joan has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we'll tell you about the President Trump turning the screws on Venezuela again. He's going after another one of those tankers. And also, it's coming back. 2nd Avenue is being reopened fully today. We've got some details on that coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan, 6:55. Dan here. And if you've been putting off getting your vision fixed, don't wait any longer. It is not too late to see clearly for the holidays or the new year. Listen, don't miss a single smile around the dinner table this year. If cataracts or cloudy vision are making your world look blurry, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life, they can help you see your family and the holidays the way that they were meant to be seen. And I know that Dr. Horn and Vision for Life, this is where I went for my surgery. And I got to tell you, this was a great experience. Now, my lens replacement surgery earlier this year went off without a hitch. I can tell you firsthand, the difference is incredible. The procedure really takes just about 5 minutes. Recovery is fast. And yes, the results are life-changing. So if you want to check it out, find them online, visionforlife.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yeah, President Trump is turning the screws on Venezuela once again.
The United States is now in what officials call active pursuit of a sanctioned dark fleet vessel fleeing the Caribbean. A U.S. official tells ABC News the Coast Guard is attempting to intercept an oil tanker that's part of Venezuela's illegal sanctions evasion. That official adding the ship is flying a false flag and under a judicial seizure order. Allison Cossack, ABC News, New York.
There was yet another oil tanker seized by the U.S. on Saturday off the coast of Venezuela. The final section of 2nd Avenue in downtown Nashville is finally being reopened today, nearly 5 years after a deadly bombing tore through that area. The road's been brought back to life in different sections, with the middle section being unveiled today. It'll happen at 12:15 at the corner of 2nd and Commerce. To Dixon County, where a house fire has claimed the life of a 71-year-old man, happened Saturday night. When the fire and rescue teams arrived at the scene of that fire on Grindstone Hollow Road, that home was fully engulfed. 2 residents told rescuers there was one more person inside. Now, crews did try to save the man, Andrew Kuhn. They were unable to save him in time. However, the home was completely destroyed. A Belle Meade masseuse who's been accused of raping a client is due in court today. This woman tells Channel 4 Julius Hamilton inappropriately touched her 4 years ago as well.
I would like to give them all an apology because I do believe, and I always will believe, that if I made a larger deal out of it at the time, then he would have been stopped earlier.
Hamilton remains in jail right now on a $75,000 bond, as other victims have also come forward. His license has been revoked by the Tennessee Department of Health. A chaotic ending to last night's Detroit Lions-Pittsburgh Steelers football game.
Oh, my God.
Cameras capturing the moment Steelers receiver DK Metcalf exchanges words with a Lions fan before throwing a punch at him. The fan telling the Detroit Free Press that Metcalf became angry after he addressed him by his full name, DeKalin Zacharias Metcalf, saying he doesn't like his government name. I called him that, and then he grabbed me and ripped my shirt. Because the moment didn't result in the refs calling a penalty, Metcalf was able to play in the rest of the game. The NFL is now investigating the incident and could fine or suspend Metcalf.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah reporting. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures have spent most of the morning up this morning, and they still are. Dow futures plus 16 right now. NASDAQ futures up 154. We've got S&P futures gaining 26 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
Okay, we're looking at an accident in Madison. This is on Tennessee 45 east of Rio Vista Drive. Still doing some work on 24 eastbound lanes. We're told that the workers are out between Old Hickory Boulevard and Waldron Road doing some paving work and blocking off a right lane. Things are looking good otherwise this morning. Pretty low volume day. It looks like the holiday has really set in here. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Monday edition of Nashville's Morning News. Now, as you know, we've been picking our own bumper music, our own Christmas bumper music here on the morning show. And Joan, we did mine in the 6 o'clock hour. Now, you're going to do yours here in the 7 o'clock hour very quickly. What is your choice?
It is Lauren Daigle's version of Noel.
Oh, very good. Boy, she's got a pure voice. This is Lauren Daigle?
Really yeah.
Who is she?
She's a Christian artist.
Okay.
And she's got it's like a raspy, cool sound to her voice.
You know, Amy and I were talking over the weekend about how, all these Christmas music stations, they always play the old versions of all of these songs. I've never heard this. Why have I never heard this?
I don't know, but it starts out slow here. If you get to the chorus, it's really good. Here you go.
Dang. Love it.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's better than mine.
No, it's not.
What I had in the 6.
I liked yours.
Well, yeah, but then you totally showed me up with that. Mine and the we'll review everyone's.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is classy. Okay. Yeah. Hers is just true to the spirit of the season.
Yeah, and you know what? Do you know what I found with this whole this is serious. Like I'm going to be serious. Do you know that this exercise has actually helped me with my appreciation of Christmas music?
That's
it has.
good.
Because when we started this thing, it was all because I hated the Christmas music that, number one, the company was forcing us to play, so we decided to do our own. That's number one. But number two, there's a lot of undiscovered Christmas music out there. At least I haven't discovered it. But I think there's so much. And everybody always focuses on the classics of like the 50s and the 60s. But that's really good. And again, I've never heard it. Now, perhaps part of the problem is that I'm not a big fan of Christmas music generally, so I don't seek it out like other people do. But that was really good.
Do you have a subscription to Spotify or anything like that?
I think I have Apple Music.
Okay.
That's what I have.
Because you can make playlists, and
I could.
When you hear these songs, you can add them to the playlist, and then you have something that you like curated by you for the season. Yeah.
So I'm hearing this exercise has greatened your appreciation for Christmas music.
Heightened my appreciation for Christmas music.
It made your heart grow 3 times.
Oh, you beat me to it, Joan.
What? Okay, now what is that?
The
Grinch.
Grinch.
Reference to the Grinch.
Oh, okay.
Your heart got 3 times.
And his heart grew 3 times.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh.
Just moving right along. Right along.
We'll pull it up for the handoff.
No, you know what? I've seen the Grinch, but you know that my problem. I have a terrible memory, Jane. I have a terrible memory.
I have experienced.
We went to a party on Saturday night, and there's people there that I've known for years now, but I haven't seen them in a while. Forget their names. Amy, who's that again? What's his name?
Yeah, so you do that thing where Amy will, if Amy remembers, she says the name of that person loud enough so you can hear. So you go, oh yeah, hey John, nice to see you.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's all a code, you know.
Oh,
so
for sure.
Anyway, so I want to play some audio. So JD Vance, Turning Point USA, and a lot of people are saying, well, this was, really for JD Vance. This was an opportunity for him to sort of rise above all of the noise that was going on. And by the way, Matthew Hurt is going to join us at 8:06 to give us a full update on what happened over the weekend at Turning Point USA. But this is J.D. Vance. I just want to, play a few select cuts of the vice president's message. And I liked what he had to say.
But let me just say, the best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life. He invited all of us here. Charlie invited all of us here for a reason, because he believed that each of us, all of us, had something worth saying, and he trusted all of you to make your own judgment. And we have far more important work to do than canceling each other. Yep. We have got to build, and President Donald Trump is a builder.
See, I really believe that J.D. Vance is a uniter. Like, if you think, and we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, where you have Steve Bannon going after, Ben Shapiro, and Shapiro going after, I don't know, Tucker Carlson. You had Megan. It's all these influencers are just, battling each other. And it's like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that I don't like about that is that it interferes with the conservative goals and messaging moving forward. But J.D. Vance is absolutely right, which is Charlie Kirk invited everybody into the tent. By the way, one of my favorite moments was when Donald Trump Jr. came up on stage and he had his dad on speakerphone.
Yeah. I wanted to call in a little guest. He may not be here today, but I wanted to make sure he had a chance to say hi. Mr. President?
He's literally got the president on speakerphone, and he's holding it up to the microphone that is like on his shirt.
Can you guys hear it?
I want to be with you, but I'll be with you soon. And I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica. And you are the greatest people on earth. We won in a landslide, and we're going to continue to do it.
So that was Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and the president. I'm not entirely certain why President Trump wasn't there, but I think perhaps it's because this really was, at least to me, and I'll ask Matthew Hurt about this, but I think it was partly because this really was J.D. Vance's moment to shine. It really wasn't about Donald Trump. It was about moving forward as a party towards the midterm elections. And so the president, again, he gave a rousing speech via speakerphone. He also, by the way, had a video that was put out as well. But there's a lot of love that has been thrown J.D. Vance's way. And I think there's a reason for that. I do believe that J.D. Vance can be a uniting force for the Republicans. I see that he, at least to me, he is somebody that could bring all sides together for the bigger cause and the greater good, which is defeating the Democrats in the midterm elections. We'll have to wait and see where that goes. But 2028 is going to be epic. Here's more from J.D. Vance.
When I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests.
Now, that is where he is talking about the battles going on between the influencers. And I've got more from J.D. Vance coming up. Great audio straight ahead. And to me, playing this audio makes me feel really good about the future of the conservative movement. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:15, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather for today, mostly sunny, pleasant, high of 57 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, Sam, do you see that J.D. Vance do you think he's the one guy that can unite everybody? What do you think?
I don't think he's the one guy.
You don't think he's the one guy? Okay.
I think Marco Rubio is underrated in his ability to bring people together.
That may be, but he's not nearly as present and forward,
eloquent.
Well, he's just not out there. Like, you don't see him out there in situations like this ever, actually.
I will say this. I think Marco Rubio was there earlier, but
was he?
He was, I think. We'll ask Matthew Hurt. But I think that J.D. Vance, number one, Marco Rubio's got this. I don't think this is controversial. Marco Rubio's got a lot more going on than J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and I more so mean by his actions. Like nobody on the right can complain about the job Marco Rubio's doing.
No, he has done a great job. He was, he is, of course, Secretary of State, and he's done a lot of great things. J.D. Vance, though, I believe that he is the heir apparent. Here's more of what he was talking about in uniting the conservative movement.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited. We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids.
Fact check
so
true.
If you love America, if you want all of us to be richer, stronger, safer, and prouder, you have a home on this team.
A lot of folks saying that J.D. Vance's speech was incredibly unifying. And that is, I'm going to say this, that is, and I'm not coming down on all the influencers, it's like whatever, but that is the difference between the vice president and these influencers. No offense to any of them, but, their whole deal is clicks and controversy, hating on each other. And J.D. Vance is just cutting right through all of that. Now, again, I'm not saying that they're disingenuous, the influencers. I'm not saying that they're disingenuous in what they're doing, but there's just a certain eloquence and a certain passion that J.D. Vance brings to his message and brings to his job. And you heard him say, you know what, we're welcoming everybody under our tent, which is why they had everybody like Steve Bannon and Megyn Kelly and some of these other folks that were there, and they were all bashing each other. And to me, it's sort of like, all right, whatever. But J.D. Vance nails it when he says, let's all just try to put our differences aside and realize that if we simply work together, we can make America great again.
Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody, and I love what Nikki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history, which is exactly where it belongs.
Yep.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Have you noticed, Sam, Joan, you both were all online. You folks noticed that there's a trend going on the socials right now where white people are taking to the socials and saying, you know what? We're mad as hell and we're not going to take this anymore.
I have seen a lot of it.
Where white people are like, no, I'm not going to be ashamed that I'm white. I'm not going to perpetually defend myself simply because I'm white. Well, I've noticed that, and I love it. And there's, by the way, some black influencers who are airing the white people that are, I don't know, defending their whiteism, whatever, and they're saying that these people are absolutely right.
Yeah. There's a wonderful young lady on Instagram. Her handle is Black Card Declined. And yeah, she's fantastic. Really? Yes, she jumps right into it. Young woman, I want to say she's like in her early 20s. And it's the mindset that, and the irony from the left, right? Like, their soft on crime policies are because of systemic racism. So how can we hold somebody accountable because the system has been against them for decades? Yep. Well, we're going to hold the slavery of ancestors against the white people of today. That doesn't track.
No, it doesn't. Here's more from J.D. Vance.
And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control. We don't persecute you for being male, for being straight, for being gay, for being anything. The only thing that we demand is that you be a great American patriot, and if you're that, you're very much on our team.
Yep. I've actually started watching a lot of these videos where white folks are pushing back of this concept that is, it's a construct of the left where you can't or you're not allowed to be proud of your culture. And I like that pushback. Just because you're white does not mean that you cannot be proud of who you are, your family, or what white people have accomplished over the years. You can have black pride, you can have Asian pride, you can have Hispanic pride, but apparently white folks aren't supposed to be proud of who they are. So J.D. Vance, he is absolutely right on that. And so for me, I love the pushback that is happening on the socials. I love what J.D. Vance is saying, and I love the concept of just saying, you know what? Regardless of your skin color, if you want to be proud of who you are and your family and your culture, that is absolutely allowed. We do have more from J.D. Vance coming up. Maybe I'll save it for the 8:05 segment when we speak with Matthew Hurt, who, of course, if you're listening, Turning Point USA, they had their big Amfest over the weekend. It does seem to me like this thing was a huge, and I mean a huge success. But coming up, I've been looking forward to this all weekend. Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti is going to be joining us at the state of Tennessee suing Roblox. And if you don't know what Roblox is, if you've got a son or a daughter, grandson, granddaughter of a certain age, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, trust me when I say they know what Roblox is. The question is, do you know what dangers are lurking on Roblox, this massive gaming platform? We are going to speak to Jonathan Skrmetti about that and some other things, some big accomplishments from 2025. Details straight ahead at 7:35. It's 7:23 now. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, the latest on the Epstein file release. Also a big recall from one of the nation's automakers coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The other thing about Marco Rubio, just real quick, talking about Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and, 2028 and all that. Marco Rubio did come out and essentially endorse J.D. Vance for the White House. So I'll see if I can pull that audio for you. Marco Rubio has not one, not two. He's got like 3 jobs. That's what Jim pointed out, 3 jobs within the Trump administration. So got a lot to speak about with the Tennessee Attorney General, Jonathan Skrmetti. That is coming up straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some members of Congress say the DOJ's Epstein document release hasn't lived up to the letter of the law. The entire case file was supposed to be made public by Friday, but they say only a fraction of the file has now been released.
What these members of Congress will say, they are very concerned that the FBI had a lot of time to comply with this law. Republican Thomas Massie, Democrat Ro Khanna are now considering, and they are drafting, a resolution to hold Attorney General Pam Bondi in contempt of Congress for not fully following this law and releasing every single file the FBI has by the deadline of last Friday.
That's ABC Capitol correspondent Jay O'Brien. A car recall to tell you about this morning.
Ford is recalling more than 270,000 hybrid and electric vehicles because of parking function problem that could lead to cars rolling away. Included are certain Lightning BEV, Mustang Mach-E, and Maverick vehicles.
That's ABC's Dave Packer. For commuters in Sumner County, there's some road work that continues at the Davidson-Sumner County line. Now, it starts at 8 o'clock tonight until 5 a.m. There'll be alternating lane closures both directions at Long Hollow Pike. Crews there are working to set concrete beams for the I-65 bridge over Long Hollow Pike. The work should wrap up by tomorrow morning. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so we've got, is it 3 days, Joan? Are we officially saying 3 days till Christmas? 3 shopping days, or is it 2?
Tuesday, Wednesday. You could call it 3 since today's really not even halfway over.
Okay, so listen, if you're worried about maybe shanking Christmas for your loved one, it is not too late because my friends at Brentwood Jewelry, they are here for you with extended hours until Christmas, Monday through Friday. So today and tomorrow, Wednesday, Monday through Friday, 9 to 7. And then, of course, Saturday, well, it doesn't matter now because our last weekend before Christmas is now over. But listen, if you're in panic mode, Brentwood Jewelry is here for you, 9 to 7. So if you want to go in and get your loved one, maybe guys, you want to get her some earrings, maybe a necklace, maybe a bracelet, whatever, Brentwood Jewelry is here for you. And ladies, if you want to maybe get your guy a watch or maybe cufflinks, money clip, I guess. Are money clips still a thing? I don't know if money clips are still a thing. Are money clips still a thing, Joan? Money clips?
Money clips?
Yeah. Are they still a thing? I don't even carry cash anymore. Do you?
No, I don't. Some
Yeah.
guy approached me the other day and said, "Hey, do you have any cash? I need gas."
Nope.
Dude, I don't carry any cash.
Do you know what the best
Gotta
thing
look.
is? When a homeless person asks you for money and you say, "Oh, I don't have any cash," and they actually have cash apps on their cell phone, on
Yeah.
their smartphone. It's
Well,
like,
this guy
good
was
Lord.
driving his car, asking me for gas for his car. I'm like, dude, park
Mhm.
it.
Anyway, Brentwood Jewelry is here for you for whatever last-minute gifts you need. Check them out. Again, I love Brentwood Jewelry. I was just there the other weekend, as a matter of fact. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online anytime. It is brentwoodjewelry.com.
really light volume on most of the roads this morning. We do have an accident in Madison on Tennessee 45 at Rio Vista Drive. You do have some delays heading in on 24 westbound side and also some delays on 24 eastbound side as you're approaching from the north. But really, traffic is very light so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So what is Roblox and why are they always in the news? Well, I've got a 12-year-old in my house. So if you have kids or grandkids, this story matters because it is possible that they are on this platform called Roblox. I think Roblox. And so what Roblox does is it allows kids of all ages to basically play and create games. It is this huge platform. But the accusation is that there are also predators lurking and grooming going on. Now, I've spoken about this several times with you, friends. The creators of Roblox, they market themselves as safe, but one kid known as Schlep, that's his screen name, he says that he was groomed on Roblox, and not only that, but these days, Schlep has been exposing the grooming attempts of others on the platform. It is horrifying stuff. And so you would think that Roblox would be appreciative of, Schlep doing the hard work of letting them know where the predators are. But unfortunately, they actually banned him from the site for exposing all of this. So now our own Attorney General, Jonathan Skrmetti, is joining in this fight, and he joins us here on Super Talk 99.7. Attorney General Skrmetti, always great to have you on. Did I read somewhere where in the lawsuit against Roblox, you've actually described Roblox as a creepy cargo van?
So I did do that, Dan. It's great to be back on. We have to cut through and make sure people understand exactly what's going on here. And, just like a cargo van, sometimes there's a contractor inside, sometimes there's a predator inside. Roblox gives people access to kids, and, there's an inherent danger there, and the platform has not acknowledged that, has made all sorts of false statements about how it's the safest place online. We need to hold them accountable.
So how do you decide? We're not the first in this. I think we're the 6th or 7th state maybe. But how do you decide, or why did you decide to take on this case?
So Liz Merle in Louisiana, I think, is the first one that did this. And we had talked about it as she was running up to it. And I really wanted to be in on this because I think it's important. There's so many kids that use this platform, and there's so little oversight. These big tech companies generally have gotten huge and done a lot of things with very little accountability. But where you're talking about so many kids on it, and just increasingly easy access to this giant population of naive potential victims, it's really, really important that you incentivize the company to protect its users. And Roblox has been doing everything but that.
One of the things because Roblox will say, oh, yeah, we take certain steps or measures to protect kids. Correct me if I'm wrong, but part of this lawsuit is the accusation that they're not living up to their marketing.
Yeah, that's correct. And they've been working harder and harder at it. As the lawsuits have started, they're scrambling to try to find something that's effective. But the problem is they're 20 years behind the ball. They've been around for 2 decades. And kids have been on this platform for ages. They've had tons of internal reporting from their users that there are vulnerabilities, that kids are vulnerable, law enforcement inquiries. People are able to get in touch with kids on this platform, convince them to move to a different site where the exploitation actually happens. But it's Roblox where the actual connections are made between the predators and the kids. And so that's where you have to be the most careful about safety. And meanwhile, they've been cutting their safety expenditures, trying to increase profits, literally at the expense of kids.
So are you, and I know that you're early on in this, but how do you just, as the Attorney General, and you've got people working on this, of course, as well, but do you go and you try to find the kids that have been groomed? This one kid, Schlep, I'm sure you know his story. Do you go talk to Schlepp and try to find some of these other kids that have been groomed and hear their horrifying stories?
So there's some of that involved, and there's a huge multi-state effort here too, right? You've got multiple states suing, you've got private litigants suing, but the biggest thing we do is go back and look at the representations the company has made and see whether they're true or not. Because if you're talking about proving up patterns based on individual acts of exploitation, it can get tricky sometimes. The company is always going to say, well, we have a bazillion users, bad things are going to happen to a few of them. We hate that. We try to stop it. But what the company can't do is say, well, all these representations we made that weren't quite true are sort of true, right? Like they have to accurately describe their product to consumers. That's the essence of our consumer protection law. And so what we really did was go back and look at the contradictions between the complaints and the warnings they were receiving, which are all documented, and the representations they were making to consumers, which are all documented. And so there's some really terrible stuff that's happened on the platform, but our case boils down to, were they telling the truth or not?
Some of these, I find this interesting. I'm just reading about this. Experiences, and that's what they call them, include virtual strip clubs, sex rooms, escape to Epstein Island, Diddy Party, racist chat games, and mass shooting simulations, easily accessible to kids. And one of the things, as I'm reading about this, one of the things that they talk about is inadequate age verification as well, and inadequate chat controls. In a perfect world, Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti, what are you hoping to accomplish with the lawsuit? What is like the end game here?
I mean, there's two points. The first is to get Roblox to get right. But the second is to set an example, because there are so many tech companies out there, more and more access to kids, and we want them to know it is not worth it to try to cut corners at the expense of kids' safety. You might be able to make a little money off that for a while, but it's going to catch up with you. And so Roblox has done this for decades. You talk about the virtual strip clubs. Even if there was age verification, because they let the people who make the experiences set the appropriate age level, all you need is some creep to say, oh, well, everybody should have access to the virtual strip club, or everybody should have access to Epstein Island. And without the internal moderation processes, nobody can do anything about that. And then you have kids asking their parents, why is this Roblox spinning around a pole? It is a real internal mentality issue. The company and other companies that come after need to be looking out for the best interests of their consumers.
So do you want to shut them down? Do you want them to be more vigilant as far as the chat controls and the age verification and all of that? Because there's some people that want Roblox shut down.
I mean, what happens to the company is up to the company. If they're able to figure out a way to make it safe going forward, that's their business. What I want is for people to never think about cutting corners on kid safety again. And so if Roblox goes down as a result of this, because they're not able to do that, that's a them problem. But what we want to do is make sure that the incentives are there so that not just Roblox, but every company that is trusted with access to kids is telling the truth to parents so that parents can make an informed decision, and is taking the steps it needs to make sure that everybody knows what the risks are for the different parts of the experience that it offers.
More with Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti is coming up, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather today, mostly sunny, pleasant, high of 57. All right, so Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti, we mentioned that there are a number of different 6 or 7 different lawsuits against Roblox from various states. You're right, Louisiana was the first. Is there anything that's unique about, I'm fascinated by this stuff, is there anything that is unique about Tennessee's lawsuit against Roblox, or is it just sort of we're latching on to these other states? How does that whole thing work?
I think some of the other states are looking at the inherent safety issues too. Our case right now is focused just on the representations, and that is by design. It's a simpler case to make. We have tons of statements issued by the leadership of Roblox about how safe the platform is, and we have lots of documentation showing that it was not nearly that safe. And it gets a lot more complicated with Section 230 and with a lot of subjective evaluation of safety issues if you start looking at the actual design features. So we're trying to keep it really simple and basically take a sniper shot here.
So let me ask you this. If there are parents that have they're discovered that their kids have been groomed online, do you want to hear from people? Because our text line here is blowing up with people that is, I was on Roblox and this happened to my son. Are you looking for, witnesses, if you will?
Absolutely. If anybody has any bad experiences or any insights to report, tn.gov/consumer. That's our website. There's an intake form there. You go to file a complaint and you provide us the information, and someone will get in touch with you from the office to get your story. So we would be very happy to hear from people who've had experiences here.
Love it. Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti is joining us. I don't mind telling you, I know that you know this. You've had an amazing year. Supreme Court upheld our ban on gender-affirming care for minors. I love that. You had the case blocking those Biden Title IX rules that would essentially allow men to participate in women's sports. So you happy with the way 2025, ended up? Do you have I don't know, I have like favorite topics and shows that I've done over the year. Do you have a favorite victory that you've had in 2025?
So we've had a lot of victories. It's been a really good year. And the Supreme Court is, otherworldly. I still can't believe my name's on that case. I think it's bonkers. And a lot of people worked really hard to deliver that win. But I think the Title IX rules win is the biggest win that we had, because if we had lost that case, our schools would still be in the process of radically redesigning America. I mean, you'd be in a situation where if a full-grown man walked into a high school girl's locker room and anybody complained, the person doing the complaining would be punished for violating the civil rights of the man walking into the locker room. You wouldn't even be allowed to ask if he identified as a woman, because that would be discriminatory under those rules. So, I mean, we dodged a bullet there. That was an unbelievably radical attempt to change the nature of American life. And, Whitney Hermendorfer led the charge on that. She's on the Court of Appeals now. But I think that's probably at least as consequential as the Supreme Court case.
All right. And last question here regarding legal stuff and the law. What do you have going on right now? We already talked about the Roblox lawsuit. Anything else that people might be interested in as we head into 2026?
We have a lot going on. We've got some irons in the fire that I think are going to make for a very, very interesting year next year that I can't quite talk about yet. The biggest limiter on what we're doing right now is just trying to juggle all the cases. I've got a great team. I've got a good-sized team, but we're doing a lot. And so, we have a few really neat things coming up that are going to be fantastic. And in the meantime, we're defending a bunch of state laws. We're litigating the National Guard case in Memphis. We're litigating some of the school-related laws. There's a constant stream of ACLU and ACLU-aligned lawyers who are coming after the different decisions that Tennessee's elected officials make. And we're going to stand between the people's elected representatives and these lawsuits, do our very best to make sure that Tennessee stays as self-governing as possible.
Not knowing I'm clearly not a lawyer, but, the Memphis National Guard story, it is clear that is working to abate crime in Memphis. I mean, it's obviously working, and the people in Memphis are clearly happy with the fact that the National Guard is helping to stop crime in Memphis. So when you look at something that is clearly working, but you also see that, there are people that are against that for whatever reason, you look at that and clearly, and I believe on all of these cases, you are on the right side of the law and morality. And so, but when you look at that story, what do you think your chances are there? Does the fact that it has clearly been successful help with the lawsuit at all?
I mean, I think it's hard for that not to sort of seep into the case. It's been incredibly successful. I mean, the numbers are unbelievable, and it really shows that tolerating crime is a choice, and we don't have to choose it. But the courts take the law very seriously, and the judges do their very best to reach the legal outcome without taking into account that sort of thing. They want to look at the law and make sure that the letter of the law is being applied appropriately. I think we got some really good arguments. I think on the constitutional arguments, we have an absolute slam dunk. On the statutory arguments, I think we have very strong arguments. But there are two sides to every case, and I have no doubt that the courts are going to give this very thorough consideration.
So when you were in front of the Supreme Court, were you nervous when you were going into that case? I remember speaking to Jack Johnson about that. I think it was either that day or the previous day, but talk about that experience just real quick.
Yeah, so I mean, it is the highest court in the land. Every law student dreams of being in the Supreme Court someday. Most not as the defendant. That was a little bit weird. But that day in particular, you had such a stark distinction between the two people or the two sides of the cases, right? You had like thousands and thousands of people out in front of the court, and they were divided. And on one side, you had the folks who were for Tennessee. On the other side, you had the people who were against Tennessee. It was really easy to tell who was on which side. And even in the courtroom, you had people who had extremely colorful hair, or you had people who looked, pretty buttoned down and boring like me. And the neat thing is everybody was mixed together. And even though there was a lot at stake, there was still this respect for the justice system there, and people who were eager to hear the legal arguments. So it was kind of a reminder that, even when we have so much to disagree about, there are still these common threads that we have. We're all Americans. We all have the Supreme Court that's going to make the final call on these legal decisions. And, of course, afterward, there was a lot of yelling from the protesters. My favorite part was we were coming down the steps, and the protesters were screaming some pretty loud stuff. And then someone started blasting Rocky Top over the sound system on the other side. And so I got to come down the steps of the Supreme Court and do this massive press gaggle there with Rocky Top blaring in the background. And that felt unbelievable. I mean, I will never have an experience like that again in my life.
That is awesome. All right, well, Merry Christmas. Have you finished all your Christmas shopping yet?
Pretty much. I got like 3 things left to do. I got a lot of work to do, turning the presents into actual completed presents. So that's going to take up most of the next couple days.
All right. Well, good luck on Christmas and good luck in 2026.
Thanks, Dan. Merry Christmas.
All right. We'll see you later. Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti.
Pretty cool.
He is so down to earth.
He is. Love it.
Every time I talk to him, I like him even more. And he's a great conservative. I mean, outstanding attorney. In my opinion, I'm no expert on attorneys general, but I think that he's a good one. And we'll see what 2026 holds. 7:54 on Nashville's Morning News. And Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, teen birthday party is interrupted by gunfire. One person was killed. Haven't heard much about Greenland lately, but President Trump apparently has not given up on it. We've got that story and more coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, I feel like I must address something that's happening in the YouTube chat.
Uh-oh. What is it?
So today marks the first day that I wore my little newsman hat. You know, this hat that I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so people are talking as they do in the YouTube chat. Turd Ferguson likes it. People are calling it a train conductor hat. It's not a train conductor hat. I don't know what you call it. Some people call it a newsboy hat. But I've been wearing these for years. I've never worn it on the air with the YouTube thing. So if you want to go see it, this is my cheap way of getting people to go to YouTube. If you want to see it and make fun of my unique hat, go check it out on YouTube.
What's it even called?
Or Facebook.
I know what it's called.
What's it called, Joan?
An old man hat. Tell me I'm wrong.
Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead with Joan, Sam, and the old man coming up next on WTN.
O'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A teen is in custody after a shooting at a birthday party over the weekend at Lars Event Center in Smyrna. Partygoers tell Channel 4 they thought they heard a balloon pop, but quickly realized what was really going on.
I saw both of them. When I came around from the back, I saw one of them, and I think he had a shot right here. I saw blood right here, and then I saw blood right here, and he was trying to breathe.
One person was killed, another airlifted to a local hospital. Police are not revealing the suspect's ID. The gun used in this case had been stolen in Nashville. Decatur County Police used high tech to find a couple of children with autism that were reported missing. Those kids were 3 and 5 years old. They had been reported missing around 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. Police using thermal imaging drones were able to locate the children unharmed within about 30 minutes. Greenland is back in the news. President Trump announcing yesterday that he's appointing Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry as a special envoy to Greenland. President Trump saying on Truth Social that Landry understands how essential Greenland is to our national security. In March, Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha visited Greenland.
Our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. We do not think that military force is ever going to be necessary. We think we're going to be able to cut a deal, Donald Trump style.
The announcement from the president yesterday prompted Danish foreign minister to summon the U.S. ambassador to Copenhagen. Greenland and Denmark have consistently rejected the idea of becoming part of the U.S. A car bomb in Russia this morning has killed Russia's Lieutenant General Fyodor Sarvarov of the Russian Armed Forces. Now, ABC is reporting an explosive device had been installed under the bottom of a car that was detonated. Sarvarov was the third high-ranking military figure killed since late last year. Moscow says it suspects Ukrainian intelligence may have been behind the attack. And whether you do your spending at a physical store or in the virtual marketplace, time's running out to finish your Christmas shopping.
A poll from SurveyMonkey finds that 1 in 5 Americans will hold off on holiday shopping until the last minute. The National Retail Federation puts the average spend at $890 per person, a slight decline from last year. But factor in inflation, the NRF anticipates the first $1 trillion holiday shopping season in history.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing up with the Dow futures plus 35. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 165. The S&P futures are plus 29. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, so right now, roads are looking really good this morning. Chris, you just came in. What do the roads look like? He just walked out of the studio. Okay, so Chris is here on time. I think that's good news. So 24 is looking...
I know how I feel, Joan. When you leave and we're in the mid segment. Joan, what do you think of X, Y, and Z? And I see you walking down the hallway to the kitchen to my left.
I usually wave to you like before as I'm going down the hall so you know I'm there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so 24 looks really great this morning. 65, really no big problems. Maybe a little minor delay heading into the Goodlettsville area. And 40 looks really good so far, too. It looks like a lot of folks have taken the week off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. We pick the Christmas bump, and it is Sam's turn. Go. All right, so who is this, Sam?
Well, the Osborne brothers.
Ah.
All right, so help me understand who the Osborne brothers are. Are they a
the bluegrass
modern group?
No, that's Brothers Osborne. This is the Osborne brothers.
Yes, leave it to me.
Who have the probably most famous version of Rocky Top, the traditional song.
Listen, any song, and I can say this as I feel, Joan, like I am an adopted Tennessean.
Right.
And so any song that mentions Rocky Top is going to be a good song, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
All
describing Christmas time at home on a Rocky Top.
All right, so that is the Osborne brothers.
They are described as the legendary bluegrass musicians.
Well, that is bluegrass.
Yeah.
That was good, Sam.
Yeah.
Well
I
done.
like it.
Well, we like to say that is off the beaten path. Now, Matthew Hurt joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Matthew, always great to have you on. We had you on Friday talking about the Turning Point USA and Amfest, and we talked about, I think it was day one, and so they've been having the entire event over the weekend. And so let's talk a little bit about what happened over the weekend. First of all, I want to play this audio bite. I need some video, Sam. I want to play this audio bite. This is J.D. Vance in a great, and I mean a great line.
And you know what else unites them? We are going to kick their ass next November and every year after that.
He's talking about the midterm elections, J.D. Vance. I mean, Pete, it was a great moment. He got a standing ovation. People are going crazy, and they start chanting, USA, USA. There it is. I mean, what a great moment for J.D. Vance. Would you say that his speech was the best point of Turning Point USA and the and the Amfest?
Well, Dan, as you recall, on Friday we talked about Erica Kirk opening Turning Point's America Fest by saying they were fully behind J.D. Vance. Sunday was exciting. J.D. Vance gave a great speech. The energy was high. There was Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Cultural relevance, but I think J.D. Vance made some excellent remarks. It is clear that if Turning Point and their activists are lining up behind somebody for 2028, that it's J.D. Vance, but also that there is enthusiasm and excitement headed into the midterms. And I think that is something you and I talk about all the time, is what is happening in the midterms and where is the energy and enthusiasm. And for Turning Point to end on this note, this America Fest, to end on this note, we're going to, kick their butts in 2026. That is preparing their activist base, their membership, their supporters for all of the political work they're going to do off campus over the next 10 months.
Real quick, this was Erica Kirk talking about J.D. Vance.
We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible.
Well, was that a surprise when Erica Kirk came out? And really not a surprise to me. I think it has been clear that J.D. Vance is the front runner.
Well, Charlie and Don Jr. and J.D. Vance, before Charlie's assassination, they were always at events together, certainly before Vance was elected vice president. This is a close-knit, not just political actors on the stage showing up at events and things, but these individuals were close personally. And so for Turning Point to be mobilized in this direction, it's not a surprise. And as you know, you and I have discussed before, this America First or this Make America Great Again movement is looking for the next iteration or the next candidate for the next cycle. And this is a natural progression of that.
Do you think that there is, last week we talked about, I don't want to retrace too much, but the Democrat Party, 18% approval rating, terrible approval ratings. The Democrats have been saying, the Republicans, Donald Trump's popularity is doing terribly in the polls, and then that comes out. So if you were going to just, take off your Republican hat, if you will, and just look at this, which side has the most momentum, more momentum going into the midterm elections?
Well, Democrats have a low approval rating, but the question is who is on the ballot in each election. And if Donald Trump is not on the ballot, then a lot of Donald Trump supporters stay home. But for Democrats, Donald Trump is always on the ballot. And this is something, it's a phenomenon I haven't seen in politics. Democrats constantly go to the polls to vote against Donald Trump, even when he's not on the ballot. We saw it in New Jersey and Virginia this year, and I think that will continue to be a theme so long as Donald Trump is a political figure in the United States. And I think that is something that Republicans must consider. If you are a Trump supporter and you sat out the Tennessee 7 special election, or you sat out in Virginia, or you sat out in New Jersey, or you're planning to sit out in the midterms, whether Donald Trump is at the top of the ticket or not for Republicans, he is at the top of the ticket for Democrats, and that is going to motivate them. And in politics, motivation and enthusiasm it takes you a lot further than being complacent and sedentary.
Why wasn't Trump there last night or over the weekend or at this event? You had Donald Trump Jr. that had the president on speakerphone, which is all fine, well, and good. My take on the reason why Trump wasn't there is because J.D. Vance clearly was the keynote speaker, if you will. All eyes were on J.D. Vance. So was that Trump sort of being respectful and saying, nope, this is the party that needs to move forward with the conservative movement, and I don't necessarily need to be there? But, I mean, do you have an opinion on why Trump wasn't there?
Yeah, Dan, I don't know. I didn't talk to President Trump over the weekend, and I don't want to speculate. What I do think is that Turning Point's America Fest, again, this is the first America Fest that I've ever been to. Saw friends from MTSU and Rockville High School down in Rutherford County. This was an impressive production. That said, logistically, I think it would have been even more difficult for security and Secret Service considerations to have the president there. It was a massive operation. Turning Point did an excellent job. And I do think, what do you have on Sunday? If you're closing out the program, if you get the vice president, what we do know about Donald Trump at conferences and conventions is he's likely going to be late. He's likely going to go, 30 or 45 minutes longer or even longer than that. And I think just for production, production considerations, it was easier just to have Vice President Vance.
8:15, more with Matthew Hurt coming up next, including Nicki Minaj. It's 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. (8:15) as far as your weather goes, mostly sunny and pleasant, high at 57. And appreciate you listening. Matthew, you working this week?
I'm working. I'm checking emails, but I'm in town for Christmas.
You heard him sort of like, yeah, I'm working, sure.
I've got my inbox open right now next to the Super Talk YouTube YouTube stream.
Sure. Are we putting the word air quotes around the word working? See, because this is now the third time, by the way, Sam. Sam knows how to demotivate the host. He's like, oh yeah, there's nobody out on the road, nobody's working. It's like, all right, thanks, Sam. So basically, all of this is for naught because nobody's on the road. Whatever. Hey, listen, I appreciate you listening, and if you're YouTube, out on the road, whatever. Now, Nicki Minaj. I feel really bad for what happened to Nicki Minaj. I know that you know where I'm going. Nicki Minaj, poor choice of words.
See, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
No problem. All right.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president.
Yeah, she used the word assassin, and then for people watching on Super Talk TV, she realized what she said. She put her hand over her mouth.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
And Erica Kirk is like, don't worry about it. It's cool.
Yes, we did.
And Nicki Minaj is trying to recover. She puts the microphone basically down because...
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord, and words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. I will not judge that.
And they just went on from there. So, I learned a lot about Erica Kirk, Matthew Hurt, about just how incredible of a woman she is. Nicki Minaj didn't mean to stick her foot in her mouth. I believe she actually wiped a tear away, realizing what she had said to Erica Kirk. What's your take on that moment?
Yeah, I mean, on the ground at Amfest, this was not a significant ripple. It will likely make the news. I think that, you get on stage, and this is something now, I'm not Nicki Minaj and I'm not Erica Kirk, but I've been on stage at large events, and you get tripped up on your words. I think this was an honest mistake, and Erica Kirk reacted with grace, and I think that's the takeaway from it is the reaction. This was just a moment in a weekend of success, a weekend of great speakers, and a conversation with Nicki Minaj, who has been out front for Christians being persecuted in Africa, and has been to the United Nations and has done work alongside this administration. So to showcase someone who is culturally relevant to a different group of supporters or people who like her music, this is a cross-cultural phenomenon, this Make America Great Again, and Nicki Minaj on stage with Erica Kirk shows that.
All right, real quick, there is a poll that was done, and they showed, I took a picture of it on the TV. So this was on CNN, and they did a poll. J.D. Vance appears to be Republican frontrunner for 2028. So they've got J.D. Vance at 22%. They've got Marco Rubio at 4%. Ron DeSantis at 2%. They say 64% says no one comes to mind. I'm calling BS on that right now. You ask any conservative, they are either going to say J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. Far less would say Ron DeSantis. But I think it's obviously those three. I don't believe that 64% of Republicans or conservatives actually said that no one specific comes to mind. Do you believe that?
I don't think no one comes to mind is the answer. I think probably for a portion of that 64%, they're saying, who else is out there? What are the options? What does America First look like in 18 months? How do we do in the midterms? They're asking themselves lots of other questions before they get to an answer. It's not a political answer. They're not hemming and hawing and saying, I don't know if I can support J.D. Vance, but it is a let's wait and see kind of answer as we head into the midterms. midterms. And I think that's a responsible answer for a lot of people, even though, at 24%, that's a significant electorate. 24% of the respondents, which it ends up being half of the people who said anything at all, or more than that. So for J.D. Vance. So I think there's still plenty of runway in the 2028 elections. And if we look back historically to 2016 and 2008, candidates polling at 1 or 2 or 3% at this part of the cycle ended up spiking and jumping. So it's anybody's race in 2028.
One of the things that I thought was good about some of the things that J.D. Vance said is that he was unifying. And I think, part of what happened at Amfest was that there was a lot of influencers. You had Steve Bannon, you had Tucker Carlson, you had some of these other folks that were just, snipping at each other. And I don't know. I felt like J.D. Vance was incredibly unifying. This is part of what he said.
When I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, of course, great things to say. But as far as the influencers go, you had Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, Megyn Kelly. The other names are escaping me, but they're all just going after each other. Do you think J.D. Vance is going to be that unifier? And I'm sorry, one more thing, Matt, and I'm sorry, but the other thing that I would ask is, do you think it was a good thing or a bad thing to allow all of these folks to, snip at each other, which is what Charlie Kirk was all about, is the debate. But, I mean, do you think it was more of a distraction?
Well, to hit those points, and I talked briefly about your second question on Friday, I think this is the only movement that allows diversity of viewpoints, diversity of ideas. This is something I think Charlie Kirk would have wanted. But to your first point, having Vice President Vance give a unifying speech, and I think he is a figure who can give a unifying speech, that's how the Amfest started tumultuously, I guess the press will say. I think all of those interactions were fine. And then you put a bow on it on the end, at the end on the last day, and you bring J.D. Vance in to unify everyone. And I think that is the tone and tenor of a conference. If you start out with disagreement and discord and you end on a unifying note, I think that is an excellent way to wrap up a conference.
Yeah, I really enjoyed, watching some of it, watching the clips as well. And I just, it's not too much of a takeaway because I already had great respect for J.D. Vance. Everybody knows I'm a J.D. Vance fan, but nothing but love for Erica Kirk and J.D. Vance. I did like the dialogue. It does give the Democrats something to focus on. Whatever. I thought that it was ultimately, at the end, a great sign of unity. Are you all done with your Christmas shopping there, Matthew Hurt?
Just about done, but Dan, I'm listening to all the great ads on Super Talk 99.7 to get some more ideas.
Yes, suck up. It's all good, though. I appreciate that. Thank you. And, how long are you in town for? You want to come in to do a segment?
I could do that unless you take all these days off recently, Dan. I don't know. I can, but we'll chat and I could swing by.
I'm on today, obviously. Tomorrow and Wednesday and then I'm out Thursday, Friday. I think. Is that what we're doing? I think so.
Yeah, that would be Christmas and the day after.
Yes. So there you go. All right. Well, we'll see if we can make it work. Matthew Hurt, always appreciate you being on the program. It is 8:24, and Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we have more about the release of the Epstein files, what some lawmakers are planning to do now. That's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. And I want to tell you about my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and yes, foundation repair. This is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers. One guy, a recent review on Google, says they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they did treat his home as if they were working on their own. And they did indeed give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs. And yeah, you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And yes, I was a client of theirs before I was an endorser. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement and wall stabilization, and indeed foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Find them online anytime, USSTN.com.
Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The release of the Epstein files is being criticized as not enough. Some lawmakers and Epstein survivors say too many files were blacked out by the DOJ. And ABC claims that its sources tell them only half of what the DOJ had has been released.
Democrat Ro Khanna and Republican Thomas Massie, who championed the new law requiring these documents be released, now saying they're drafting a House resolution to hold Attorney General Pam Bondi in contempt.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien. The U.S. military reportedly chasing a sanctioned oil tanker near Venezuela as President Trump ramps up pressure on Nicolas Maduro with a sweeping blockade targeting illicit oil shipments.
This comes after Saturday's seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, carried out by an elite Coast Guard tactical team. The same type of unit used just 10 days earlier when American forces rappelled from helicopters onto another oil tanker's deck to take control of the ship. Now Venezuela is calling America's actions theft and hijacking.
That's ABC's Selena Wang. The tanker being chased today is reportedly flying a false flag and under judicial seizure order. A Nashville woman says she was pistol whipped and her husband shot to death during a robbery attempt. Here's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
Investigators say the couple's baby was inside the car during all of this. This happened late Saturday night at the Vale Apartments on McMurray Drive. Police say the couple had just arrived home after leaving work together when they were approached by masked gunmen.
Now, the gunman and another man made off with the woman's wallet and cell phone. They have not been identified or captured. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We're looking at a nice start on Wall Street with the Dow Jones Industrial starting off 234 points higher. The NASDAQ rising 167. The S&P is up 38 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan Jones. It is 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. Now, this month, December, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is spreading holiday cheer with amazing deals and community giving. Now, it is all about saving you money like they do every single month, and not a lot of companies are doing that these days, but Busy Bee is. Now, one great example, call Busy Bee, upgrade your water heater, and get a free 10-year parts warranty. If you've got a clogged main line, take advantage of Busy Bee's 93 or free offer. Now, if they cannot get your drains flowing, you pay nothing. A great deals from a fantastic HVAC company, one of Tennessee's best, Busy Bee HVAC. Find details on all of these offers at busybeehvac.com. You call them, you tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Pretty light volume most of the places this morning, which is a nice change. We've got an accident, however, in Creve Hall. This is on Harding Place at Sidco Drive. And then just one more in Woodbine on the eastbound side of 24, right at I-440. Watch for an accident in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Nasty comment, Joan.
About?
And Sam. And Chris.
I just got here, so it has nothing to do with me.
Nasty comment about this radio station coming from the Super Text line. But first, let's do something positive. Chris, let's hear your pick for the Christmas bump.
It's a classic. Everybody loves it. And there was even an animated special made out of this song. It's Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
Mm-mm-mm. Now, did Grandma actually live?
I don't think so.
Well, she probably had Obamacare.
She did. I think Grandma had a drinking problem.
Think so?
There it
Apparently
is.
so.
Yeah,
Just the eggnog,
Apparently
though.
so.
Especially if it was Martha Stewart's recipe.
Stuff
You like
will
eggnog?
get you.
I do.
You're a big eggnog fan?
I like eggnog. Though there was a spirited debate on the Super Text line last week. People are saying boiled custard is better. Never had the boiled custard.
Boiled custard?
It's more rich. I'll give it that.
Really?
I've never done the boiled custard.
It's like a Marylander type of. I've never. It's not a Southern thing as far as I know.
Well, interesting. We actually
it's
happen to
not a
have
big deal in Maryland.
Marylander here.
Yeah, no. It's not a
So-
Maryland thing.
All right.
That's just where my father-in-law's from, man.
Oh.
All right. So I think we're good on Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
We can, yeah.
Personally, I thought that my joke about Grandma being run over by a reindeer and then dying because she had Obamacare was actually really good.
It actually
It's the
hit.
highlight of your day.
That joke slapped.
Didn't it slap? Thank you.
Is that a thing?
It's a thing.
Okay.
The kids are saying it.
It's a knee slapper. Is that where it comes
Yep,
from?
yep.
Knee slapper?
Well, she died in Canada waiting to get treated because their healthcare system's so bad.
In fact, I heard that they said we could fix you up, but it's a lot cheaper to just euthanize you.
Well, that's a thing now.
That's the route they took.
That's not what Grandma thought when she heard she was getting a maid.
Grandma got euthanized by a doctor.
That's pretty good.
So you like that?
So you had to outdo my joke.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean
This is
to.
the problem. Hey, by the way, real quick, you know what I like about the podcast we did with Murphy Show?
What's that?
Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris featuring Matt Murphy, is that it's actually good all this week because we are covering the best stories from 2025.
The year in review.
It's the year in review with Murphy Show and Chris and myself. And it's an hour, 41-minute extravaganza. Did we really talk
You
that
know what
long?
I'm hearing?
What?
I'm hearing we didn't know what to talk about, so we invited Matt on.
No, it's not true at all.
That's not. What is wrong with you, Joan?
Come on, Joan.
Sam, do you hear the same thing? You sound so white.
Is she like this with you?
No, she doesn't do this to me.
Really? Is it just me? All right, fine. I seem to specialize in getting and cultivating the
Draw it out of people.
The smart aleck news person.
No, but people like the year-end review.
They did. They did. If you want to go watch it, it's on YouTube. It's at 997wtn.com. Is Murphy Show on today?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we're not going to. I will tease one of the big topics that Murphy Show is going to have today. He went to a certain burger joint.
He did.
So I'm going to let him go ahead and give his 2-bit response to.
We don't want to spill the animal sauce. We want to let Murphy do that.
We're going to let Murphy talk about it. But when I did say that it was a 2-bit opinion, that gives you an indication as to what he thought. How dare you? That's exactly right.
Yep.
Anyway, so that'll be up all week. All right. So have you heard? Oh, wait, you wanted to review everybody else's real quick? Very quickly, let's review everyone else's Christmas bumps, starting with mine in the 5 o'clock hour. I think I actually did. I've been scattered like all day.
Have you been scattered?
Little scattered. But this was mine earlier today. I went Dean Martin. I went old school.
You went full misogynistic Christmas song?
No, this isn't rapey.
It's not rapey.
No.
No, he did that one last week.
It's Let It Snow. He's talking about cocaine.
Oh, I thought it was Baby It's Cold Outside.
He's talking about cocaine.
Oh.
Yeah. Let It Snow. I'm just kidding, you Dean Martin fans. He was Mr. Cool. All right, next. What was Jones? Joan had a banger today. Jones was hers was really good. So
skip ahead just a little.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's Lauren Daigle.
Lauren Daigle.
Lauren Daigle. You ever heard of Lauren Daigle?
Oh, I've heard.
Okay.
I got Kennedy and Virginia tickets to see her last year for Christmas.
Oh, no kidding.
Nice.
All right, let's hear it. So, I mean, this is really good.
Yeah.
So
this is actually my wife's favorite Christmas song.
Is it really?
She's been telling me that I need to do this for my pick.
Stole it.
But here you came in here with Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Well, I'm bringing classics.
Someday you'll listen to your wife.
Someday.
Maybe that's what I'll get her for Christmas.
Virginia, someday he'll listen to you. All right, and Sam had one too, which I'm going to be honest with you, Sam wasn't real excited about it.
Is it like the rest of the Christmas songs he's brought to the table?
You a look.
You know what? Sam likes to be just sort of like cool and I don't know what you call it, beatnik.
If we compiled all the songs that Sam chose, right?
Yeah.
And it was like that advertisement at 3 a.m., it'd be, now that's what I call a meh Christmas, volume 1.
That's exactly right.
That's sort of a mask.
That's what I call it. I stand by, now that's what I call a meh Christmas.
I guess he gets an A for creativity. That's enough. I think he gets an A for creativity. What is this, Sam, real quick?
It's Skermetti's walkout music.
Christmas time on Rocky Top.
There you go. Christmas time on Rocky Top.
Do you actually listen to that song, Sam?
Yes.
Okay.
And
authentically Sam.
The traditional, regular Rocky Top as well. Do you not? Do you not find yourself on a Friday driving home listening to Rocky Top?
I do not.
And you call yourself a Tennessean.
I'm going to have to contact the Attorney General about revoking that driver's license.
Go ahead. Your tires are done, mister.
I drive home. I'm listening to Rocky Top. I'm going to drink, is it Jack Daniel's whiskey they make here?
Yes.
I drink Jack Daniel's whiskey when I get home. I watch the Vols. And if it's not football season, I'll watch tape on YouTube. That's how I prove my Tennessean.
My wife just texted me. She said, it's a Christmas miracle. Dan remembered my name.
That's not funny, Jane.
He didn't call you Victoria.
No, not this time.
Not this time.
Have I done that once or twice?
Like a handful of times. A handful of times.
Do you know how I finally remembered that it was Virginia?
How?
I used to live in Virginia.
There you go.
Because I'm like, the last time I shanked her name, my wife said, Dan, you used to live in Virginia.
Where did you
remember
live? Where did you live in Virginia?
Richmond.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By that logic, I'm scared you'll call her Indiana.
Why would you do that? Now you're going to put that in my face, in my head, or my face, whatever. All right, real quick. Alex Jones is worried about the mental health of Candace Owens. Listen to this.
As most of you that pay attention know, I am not the internet police. I don't infight. I don't try to focus on what other people are theorizing about or doing. I try to focus on what I'm doing. And so it's with a heavy heart that I am forced to put out another report, either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're adding a lot of information right now, a lot more research, dealing with Candace Owens. Just as soon as the whole Egyptian plane thing gets debunked with all the facts, now she's moved to something else, and I'm really worried about her. I'm worried about her and her mind, and I'm also worried about the country and where this is going. It's good to question Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have big questions. We know Cash Patel covered up an investigation into accomplices. I broke that up before it hit the mainstream news. So I'm not saying don't question.
Right.
But her latest source and what she's done, implicating the U.S. military, and all this other stuff is just so damaging. And when you go investigate it, it's so crazy.
So is she now? Because I jumped off the crazy train a while ago with Candace. So do you know what she's saying about the military?
She said that, I guess, one of Charlie's security guys was at a military base the day before the assassination. Was the last I heard. I could be wrong. There could be more updates. I've stopped listening.
Have you stopped listening?
Yeah.
All right, Jane Joan, have you stopped listening to Candace?
I have, but recently I looked up some of the things she said because I really wanted to hear it myself that she's really that nuts, and I think she is.
Oh, okay.
So I've been going back and listening to segments of her show just so I understand where she's coming from.
So I have been tempted to do that too. Just to be honest, I talk about it, but I like being off the crazy train. You know what I mean? Like I got legit stuff that I've got to research and stuff, and so just if I'm not going to talk about it or if it's not something that I deem relevant, and I'm not hating on Candace Owens. But it sounds like Alex Jones is.
And just like with the Egyptian plane, she says she has the metadata, then publish it.
Yep.
And when she did publish it, and it got fact-checked, it wasn't accurate. Candace, we care about you. But you just doubled down again with something even more absurd. And I hate watching you destroy yourself like this. We'll be covering it all with the reports coming out at Roblox Jones on X on Rumble and Infowars.com. God bless you all.
God bless you.
Sounds a little out of breath.
Well,
he's
he's
just
a big
standing.
boy.
Is he big? Is Alex Jones big?
He's just standing.
He's been losing weight.
Has he?
Yeah.
The internet thinks he was replaced by a clone.
A clone with that same voice.
Yeah, they really do.
There's no copying that, man.
They really do. There's a lot of the topics online.
So I teased it, so I got to pay off the tease. 1323 says, so WTN and TPUSA are telling us to excuse and accept Nicki Minaj. Why are you, WTN, going to the woke side? Wow. Are we going to the woke side?
To excuse and accept what, just her lyrical content? Is that the issue?
I don't really know. I don't know.
She's been deviating from the liberal left since she was shamed for not getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
Oh, it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm. She had a friend that got one of the earlier doses of something, and he had serious heart complications right after, and everyone shunned her for pointing that out.
I mean, I will be the first to point out myself that I know absolutely nothing about Nicki Minaj. So, I mean, if she has come out of the closet, if you will, as a conservative, okay. Like I don't know what I don't like is when people like throw out these sort of guy earlier called me a liar, and I'm still not sure why, but whatever. So I don't like when they throw down these just blanket accusations, but they don't tell you exactly what they mean.
Well, I would just assume that they're mad about her lyrical content, but we can celebrate comedians that come into the fold who have risque acts.
Right. I mean, people grow and mature.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually, Chris, you're going to grow and mature.
Eventually.
Isn't it also our duty as the more understanding side that claims to be so compassionate that we take people in that seek forgiveness?
Big tent, man. Big tent.
Just saying.
Big tent, that's
Big
right.
tent.
Well, and it's a youth conference, and all these kids are grown up listening to Nicki Minaj on the radio. And I'm the first to say, when the liberals do it, that celebrity endorsements don't mean anything. But this does seem like quite the moment at Amfest over the weekend.
All right, so people are. This is Sonia. Thank you, Sonia. People are pointing out that she is just doing this to get a pardon for her husband, and that she is not a U.S. citizen.
What?
I don't know. Who's her husband?
I don't know.
And she's not a U.S. citizen?
I think she's from Jamaica. Is she from Jamaica? Is that where she's from?
I've never heard her once say, "Hey, man." Never heard
Trinidad.
her once say. Trinidad.
Yeah. How about that?
Kenneth Petty.
Why is Kenneth Petty in jail?
My wife pointed out Nicki Minaj also didn't defend BLM while they were burning down all the cities.
Okay, well, that's good. So, she's got obviously some redeeming value. And again, people grow and people change. So, and I don't know anything about where Trinidad apparently, and I don't know about her husband in jail, whatever it is. But POS. Larry says, please stop playing that POS Jones.
Alex Jones.
Oh.
On the
Not
air
Joan Jones.
of this.
Or actually, they might have met Joan Jones.
No, stop it.
It doesn't say Alex.
Anyway, whatever. So, all right. Are you, Chris Hand, done with all of your Christmas shopping?
I am.
Are you?
Yes.
So I interviewed Jonathan Fahey, Jonathan Scrimetti, and Matthew Hurt. They were actually not done with their Christmas shopping. I will say that I still have a few more things that I got to go out and buy, but you're all done.
We're wrapped up.
You're literally wrapped up.
Put a bow on it.
Are you a good Christmas wrapper?
I lean into the wife and I say, please help. Pass me the bags.
But do you have to?
Yes. I can bag it in tissue paper like a pro.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
So
So you look in the top, you don't know what it is.
It is a yearly joke that, like, my wife actually looks forward to my wrapping attempts.
Really?
Because what did you say in the 5, Sam? Stitched together, like wrapping that's stitched together.
Yeah, all slapped together.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm terrible at measuring.
So the other
like
day,
most men.
Oh.
That's what I've heard. I don't know. So trying to, wrap something, I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in. What were you saying, Chris?
So the other day, my wife was wrapping gifts, and my two youngest got into the spirit and started just grabbing things around the house and wrapping them and putting them under the tree.
Wow.
So we're under the impression that we're going to be unwrapping some things that we've been missing.
Yes.
in the
As
next,
long as it's not
in
your
the next
debit
few
card.
days. Yeah,
Dude, where's
exactly.
the salt?
Yeah. Where is that? I have no idea.
That's very funny. So no, I can't. Like, I'll try and put it together, and then there's like one strip that isn't covered. Because I didn't measure right, so I've got to literally cut a piece of wrapping paper to place it over the strip that isn't wrapped. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So yeah, when Sam says it's all kind of sketched or stitched together, that is exactly how I wrap. And the sides are usually like out like wings. You know what I'm talking about?
They look for, because my wife's the same way. They look forward to it because they're like, all these things they can do, but taking paper and folding it around a present is impossible.
Here's the great thing, though. Everybody knows it's from me.
There you go. You don't have to. You save a lot of money on the name tags.
That's exactly right. Listen, this is obviously a Dan wrap, and that's all fine, well, and good. All right, very good. Let's see. Overall, yes and no. Good with Turning Point USA. JD Vance came out 22%.
Yeah,
Was the polling?
I thought it was a good event. There was definitely some infighting, definitely some jibber jabber between warring factions, but I think that's good. And I think at the end of the weekend, JD was a unifier on the main stage.
He was a unifier. I actually loved what he had to say. What do you got coming up?
We're going to talk about Amfest. We'll also talk about the Venezuelan tanker that we're chasing down in the ocean right now.
How hard is it to chase down it? We were talking about this earlier. I mean, they go like 13 miles an hour. How hard is it to chase it down? How long is this going to take?
It's a high-speed pursuit, and we're going to be following all of that. Plus, what happened to one bus driver who requested her kids speak English on the bus? We'll talk about that and more and take your phone calls on it as well.
Now, when the bus driver said they needed to speak English, did she say it in Spanish?
I don't know.
Right? Because, I mean, if all the kids only speak Spanish and you're telling them to speak English in English, then they don't understand.
It's a wild story, so we'll dive into it.
All right, 8:54. Jones got the news coming up at 9.
Hey, guess
Joan?
who's back in the news?
Who?
Maryland man.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
That's him.
All right,
He's
very
back
good.
in court today, and we'll tell you what's being decided for him coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 8:55, Nashville's Morning News, and Dan Mandis here. And yes, we are counting down the days to Christmas. And if you still need some last-minute shopping for your 2A-loving family and friends, do not forget about the Glock store. What are you, like 2-3 days, whatever it is? Now, the Glock store is looking out for you with fantastic deals to save you money and time. Now, they've got $50 off their already rock-bottom prices on red and green dot optics. I've got the red dot optic, and man, I love it. It is indeed a game changer. Now, you know that these optics, they're huge these days. They're all the rage. And if you've got an older Glock, they can actually cut the slide to the exact optic for $100 off their already low price. They do it in-house and in 10 days or less. Now, I was in there the other day. They've got literally hundreds of incredible holiday bargains available only at the Glock store. We're talking about magazines and triggers and barrels and extended controls. And yes, those Glock factory rebuilt handguns, including Glock 19s, all at the Glock store and all on sale. That is the huge Christmas sale going on right now at the Glock store. Find them online, glockstore.com. $8:59. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, this is good music.
This is good music. Well done, Sam.
Yeah.
People are very upset about your verbiage on the text line.
What'd I say?
You said miles per hour when you were talking about boats.
Oh, they go knots, right?
That's not what you said. That's the issue.
Well done, Chris.
That's the issue, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know what?
Way to submarine the host.
Yeah.
There
we go.
Very nice. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a boat captain.
No.
Kind of a guy.
Not a boat guy.
So I couldn't. Okay. What is the conversion from what are 13 knots? How does that convert to miles per hour? That's what I would like to know. And unfortunately, we don't have time to find out because the music's going.
The music. We almost solved the issue, but the music is going.
I'm getting the hook. Did you look it up?
1 knot equals 1.15 miles per hour.
Too much math. Whatever. Okay, very good. It's 9 o'clock.
So it's basically the same thing? Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah, apparently so, actually. All right.
Then maybe Dan was right.
Bottom line is, with our military, this should be a very short chase. Our military trying to catch up, air quoting, catch up to that Iranian tanker.
Damn straight.
Skippy. 9 o'clock on